we go. It's public, everything is green. Let's continue. Last time we left off creating a record start and record stop API. We did some testing, and we are pretty much ready to start storing and recording the keys we're pressing, or yeah, the keys on the keyboard. Right now we are ignoring the mouse. We are going to be separating them, so we later can combine them, and we'll add the feature to support recording of my mouse and keyboard. So we can automate Valheim's grindy leveling system. Now last time we also made a little area for us, so we can easily... Something is different here. Because we built... Oh yeah, the game crashed. The game actually crashed last time. I was working on building a safe area for us where we can grind. Basically go AFK, and the macro which we are developing called Automate Me is going to automatically just, you know, hit the stone until the durability goes all the way down, and then we will go to the bench, you know, interact with it, hit repair, and go back to the stone. I keep hitting and we'll keep doing that over and over again until you come back to the computer and you're ready to stop it, because you have to actually use the computer. Currently I have no way of knowing how I can make the mouse and keyboard act separately from your computer. I would like to be able to find out a way to run this application with whatever your this application, like in a separate container or something, like it's in its own thing, and it doesn't steal your mouse and it doesn't steal your keyboard. Like for example, it can be programmed to focus on the game Valheim, so it will not go outside of Valheim and click and move, so I can still use the computer. But that's a really optimistic task. I don't think we will ever get to that, at least not in 2 weeks. So I'm going to write that story though, because that's something I definitely don't want to forget. But I will not write it here. We're actually going to go to the sprint review, and we're going to add our idea which we had during our first sprint, which will be this week. Let's see, the idea is macro app does not take the mouse and keyboard away from the desktop user. I don't know. The idea is that we want to be able to use our computer as normal. As normal while the macro is running and doing whatever it is you want it to do. But probably it will be locked to an app, or maybe it's a window it's locked to. So you probably won't be able to interact with that window unless you stop the recorder or the playing of the recording. I don't know, but I'll just add it here, and we'll see if we ever get back to this. Probably on Friday next week, I believe that we're gonna end our first sprint, one-man sprint, I guess. And we will see and plan a little bit ahead what we're gonna do the last week, because like I mentioned in the first session, we are probably not going to be able to finish all of this in one project 2-week plan, I guess. And if you did not watch the first or second live stream, the idea behind this, we're going to work on a project for 2 weeks. That's the limit. We're not going to work more than 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. Whatever we have, we're done. At least until the next time we jump on the project. Now the thought behind that is we will be able to focus on one project, one thing, for 2 weeks before going to something else for another 2 weeks. So for example, after 2 weeks, when you're done, when you're finishing this project, maybe we'll go to doing something with Godot engine. Maybe we'll create a different app. Maybe we'll play around with something. Maybe we'll learn a new programming language. I don't know. The idea is that this is pretty much an experiment from my part that I would like to do. Live streaming a few hours of work every day, or at least half an hour minimum. Unless I'm really sick, I guess. But then I'll make sure to notify people somewhere, maybe on Facebook. Which reminds me, I should probably let people know I'm streaming. I don't really do the advertisement part of YouTube. I should probably do that. Ask it someday. I'll probably bother doing that. Anyhow, let's go back to the coding. We are gonna code. We're working with Java. We are working with our Spring project, which is a Java backend part of our application, which is using Electron, it's using Vue, and it's going to be using Java. So let's see, where were we? What were we doing? Yes, we were setting a native key listener so we can record the keys being pressed. And for testing purposes, when we stop the recording, we are going to be logging out the keys that we have recorded. Now, our last challenge was that currently when we're holding down a key, pressing the W key, which is the moving forward of the character, if I were to hit play with this code and press W and make it record, it will keep recording that you're pressing W without releasing it. So it's gonna record pressing W, even though there's no way to press without releasing afterwards. Which makes me wonder what the thought behind the JNativeHook dependency was for behaving that way. Because once you press it, it's done. You're not gonna press it again before you release it. You have to release it in order to press it. So unless you have multiple keyboards and you can press W on all of them, like pressing W on one keyboard, pressing W on two keyboards, then you have pressed, I guess. But that's a really extreme situation. I don't think will be an issue. But even if that is an issue, we will have to handle that. So the idea we had at the end of our last session, which you can find in a playlist somewhere on my page. When I say page, I mean YouTube page. I have two playlists. One is just live stream in general, and the other one is live stream relative to this project. Because every project is going to have a playlist. So we will have to add our pressing somewhere to maybe a list, a temporary list. I don't know how we're gonna do this yet, so I'm just gonna experiment a little bit here. I'm gonna create a temporary list. I don't know what object is gonna be stored in that yet. Temp list. Now I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. When we are pressing something, the macro listener is actually the one. Yeah, I should probably move it there. I think the macro listener is now listening for the key presses, and then we currently add it to a list. And the list is what we use to get the sequence of events that have been triggered. At least. Oh, hello, Patrick. Welcome back. But currently it doesn't work because it keeps saving the same event over and over when you hold down a button. So we need a temporary list. Whatever this is going to be named later, I don't know. And all the package names for it, these are just temporary. I still haven't quite figured out what to name this. Maybe we can name this events or macro. Anyhow, the naming we can do when we have a name, I guess. So when we press a button, we then create a macro action from the information we received from the JNativeHook library, and then we add it to our list of actions we want to record. But before we do that, we need to make sure we are not already holding down the button. Let's see. Let me take a look at the test we had, if we had any. No, I don't think we did actually. So I'm gonna create a test for this class here. Yeah, I'm gonna create a test for this one. This is perfect. Perfect candidate for creating a tester. Do we need Spring Boot here? No, we don't. So I'm just gonna use a simple run with Mockito JUnit runner class. That should be enough for us. I might no. And then I'm gonna add a first test case, and the test case is going to be test keys pressed are stored, I guess. Yes. And the way we do that is first we need the macro key listener. Let's just create that. Then we want to press buttons, so press the buttons. But we also, but technically, because this is a listener, I will probably have to mock it completely. So let me go in and see how we can do that. Basically, I have to mock these events, so I can just trigger them, I guess. Doing it manually, and then I will create the object we didn't send in, which would emulate the native key event. So let's just copy that. Let's just create a native key event. Now I'm a bit unsure what data to put in here, so I'm gonna have to check a look at that one, and then we'll see what we get there from here. Okay, we need int car int. Yeah. Which one? Let's take a look at them and see what's. Can I download the sources? That would be nice if I could, so I can get a better variable name than var1, var2, var3, and so on. I think the easiest way now is just to play the app and press the button and print out the information I need. Let's see here. So this is the information I'm getting. It's just the raw code and the IDs. I guess that's all I need to set there. Just gonna pop this add this note here. Just temporary stuff here. So I'm gonna put in, but what I don't like is I don't know what's what here. Oh wait, raw code. Okay, var3 is raw code. So 0 0 something. 0 0 something. 0 0, and this is the raw code we want to store here. Now I'm not sure what that's gonna be yet, so I'm just gonna add something for now. What else? What else? There are actually two of them here. I don't know which one we need. Oh yeah, I guess it's just the same. So the raw code we need, and we need the what else was it? Raw code and ID. Where's that set? I wonder. ID. Let's see here. I cannot see any ID here. Where's the ID set? Okay, so this is the ID. Okay. But how do I set this? Can I set this? ID. This ID. Native input event. Native input event. Okay, is this the superclass of the native key event? Native input event. Okay. So the native input event takes in the ID as a second parameter. Ah, oh, jeez, if only I could download the sources. That would be nice. So actually, I know what to do. Hold on. Is it called Super here? Super. var1. Okay, this is the ID. Okay, the first one. That's the ID. Let's then set that. I don't remember exactly what it was. We'll find that sooner or later. So just add something. 0 0 0. Okay, this is a car. I guess it doesn't matter what we put there, so I'm just gonna leave it to 1. So we're not storing the car anymore. We just want it to emulate the key. So whenever we do this, this is the key press we are testing. So if we want to test here that the keys pressed are being stored, we will have to make maybe 2 or 3 of these and then check that these are in fact stored into the memory of our macro key listener, which is our macro action list basically. Let's see. So, there you go. What else? Yeah, let's go make the tester. The key for the press down. What's that? Let's see. I have a match event here. Key press. That's the code we want. 4201. 4201. 2401. I have no idea what just happened in my brain there to say 4201 here. So this is the ID. Key pressed. Actually, we can just use the action event. Key pressed. Get the key code. That should do it. The music's loud. Okay, I will fix that right away. Thank you for telling me. Did I turn off the filter? Oh, that's why. Okay. Is it better now? Let me know if it's still bad. If it's still bad, I will fix it. Because I had the limiter that was turned off. Should be on. That's the one that prevents it from the music from going, you know, haywire. Let's remove this now. Thank you, by the way, for your ID modifier raw code key code. Yeah, perfect. Key location. Yeah, this. Can we leave it empty? No. Space. Yeah, space is fine. The ID is the ID. Actually, maybe I can just put this directly here. Oh, that's good. Let's see. What else? Raw code key is the raw code key. Hold on here. Raw code key. Let's go back here. Raw code. What did I use this for? This is the number. This is the value? Oh my god. Oh yeah, okay. Raw key code. Yeah, this is what I used to identify the pressing. This is what I used to identify the no wait. Raw key code. This is the key. This is W basically. Jeez, I keep messing it. That means maybe I should rename this because I keep getting confused. Raw key code. Key event code. Okay. This is the key. This is the key. And the key for W. What is that? What's the key for W? I don't know. Let's find it out here. It's apparently raining. And foggy. Let's see. Java key event codes. There we go. And I want the W. VKW? Yeah. Let's find the static field values here. VKW, there it is. 87, that's the code we want. If I go up here, it should say what it is. It's a value, okay. No, that doesn't tell me much. But that's the value I want to store. That's the W, basically. For our test here, let me full screen this, zoom in a little bit. Okay, this is the W key code. Raw. It's wait. Oh my god. Sometimes I'm really overcomplicating things. Like I need more coffee. I need. Yeah, let's make it simple. Let's remove. Let's just use this directly. Let's use that directly. I'm going to do some tricking. I'm going to make a helper class here. Native key event. Get build native key event, I guess. From there, we need the key, which is an integer, and we need the key code. And the key code is just the action event. I'm just going to put in the action event itself. Then I'm going to take this. event, key, yeah, key event, action key. That was just, this goes there. This goes there, and then get key code. There we go. I won't have to, you know, mess with that again. Actually, let's just see. Similar key event. Event, action event, key code, so this can be anything. But that also means I'm gonna have to put this in here, because this is a part of the testing setup. The key event, let me put it in here. Let's see, tester, I can actually put that side here. Setup here. Before a big void before. The before just runs before every test. There's also a class, test class level, so you can it will run once before the entire test class. But the before should do fine for our testing purposes here. So in here I'm gonna use an initiate new macro key listener. Yes, excellent. At least now we have access to this wherever we use this inside a test. Actually, let's add a test annotation while we're at it here. So now I can actually remove this and clean that a little bit. And actually, I don't even need to return anything. I just tell it to simulate something. Just simulate it. Simulate the press. Yes, that's good. That's very good. Okay, key event dot vkw and the action. Haha, there we go. So much easier and cleaner and nicer to read. We don't care about this, we just care about this one. Let's remove that one. So our setup is just... Our setup has already created our listener. During our tests, we are actually pressing the keys. There might be merit putting this inside here for readability's sake, actually, so I'm gonna do that for now. We are creating a listener with then similar key presses. So let's press W, W, W. Now first that is just to confirm, well not W, W, A, W, D. So A, and what, let's just change this to I, yeah, so B for Ivans. So now I'm holding down 4 buttons. So what we want to test now is that the macro key listener actually has stored those things. So get the macro actions. Yeah, that's the one. Macro action list. Macro actions. Macro actions list. That's fine. Actually, that reminds me. Should probably use list because we're actually returning a list. So we are actually returning a macro action list, not just a list of macro actions. Now, macro actions itself can be an object that contains the list, so this is to avoid confusion. Did I?
You taste like candy. Eat you on a Sunday. I can feel.
Wait, am I?
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive.
Oh. What?
Come and get to know me.
My mind is blowing up right now.
I'm the kind that spins you and
Really?
hangs you dry.
I'm
already on to another side.
What do you mean?
If you give me
To list? AW to list? What the hell was this? What was this nonsense? There we go. Did not compute here. So we want to assert that our macro action list contains. Let's see, there was a way to get the get some googling here. Assert that list contains value. There's a way to get like the value inside the list, inside one nice readable test. Has items, no, that's not what I want. I'm looking for a test. Yes, maybe this one. Well, extracting. That's the one. I think. Most of the time I played around with the testing once a lot, but it's been a while. Assert that extracting. And what we're extracting is the my object. That would be our macro action. Why not? Get key name. The key name, I believe, should be the W. It should be the IVAN, right? We'll find out soon enough, though. If it's not, but yeah, extracting, I think that's what I wanted, so let's try. Extract. No, hold on. It should be like a for list. Extract. Let me find some Mockito. Extracting list example. Fractal list of let's see. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's check the size. That's good idea. Size. Let's take that one. Extracting the class, fine. Flat extracting list. List to list to list. Ooh. Maybe it's overkill. Let's try it. Why not? Let's make it flat extracting. Okay, let's try it. So, let's see what we get. It's an interesting way to do it on. Yeah, let's just make a list radius. That could be fine. Hey Google, turn off the lights. Turn on the lights. Hey Google, turn on the lights. Sorry about that. Oh, that can't be right. Probably missing parenthesis. Parenthesis. This entire thing here. So it's the same thing with here. Contains a. But this doesn't tell me if it's a big letter or small letter, does it? Oh, I did not think of that. Maybe it's big. Yeah, probably big. Let's see, what's this? This is wrong, this is bad. Interesting. This is not a string, it's string. I mean, the idea is there, but I'm not quite there yet. Let's find a different example here. Extracting values. Contains exactly. Can it be that easy? Let's try. Contains exactly, because that's what it is. I mean, maybe it works. I don't know. Find out. What happens if I run this? Can I run this at all? Have I forgotten something? Are any unhandled red squiggly lines? Oh, there we go. Yes, very good. The macro key list is now printing something. Let's see. Pressed, yes. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Change to debug. But we are pressing it so that we are confirming that it is triggered as pressed. That's good. Yeah. Let's see. Now that is done. Let's go back to our test again. So now we can start testing scenarios that we want to fix and implement. We have now made the test that we are testing the keys are being stored. That's the entire test. But it's not entirely correct because we still need to take in account for releasing the keys. So if we were to simulate this even better or more realistically, it would be like this. Key release. Do the same for this, and this. Copy this, there, and there. Now this is a more realistic scenario. So this would not quite be work unless I can do a filter. So the filter should be that our macro actions, the action event equals to action event key pressed, I believe. Hopefully this will work. I feel I'm never good enough. I'm never good enough at the unit testing. I feel I need to be better. So. Except the size is 4. Yes, that's true. Now it is 8. So if I move this to here, it should work. Because now we're filtering before we're checking the size. The size after filtering should be 4. Because we care about the pressed. But we also care about the release. So let's make another one. Let's make sure the key released also counts. So we have 4 after filtering this. There we go. Excellent. We have now confirmed this works. Let's see here. Okay. Let me make this static to remove a little bit of the direction key. You know what? Let's do this other way. Let's do this. The reason I'm changing the order of this is because if for any reason action event is null, this is not going to cause a null pointer exception. That's the only reason I did this. Release. There we go. Okay, good. So now, but like I mentioned before, earlier in today's session, if we hold down a key, it's gonna keep looping when we run this application. So we have to handle that. We can press and hold this multiple times and it being stored only once. So our next test is going to be like this. Test key pressed are not stored twice before released. Yes, that's what we're testing. The way we do that is by removing most of this. Let's make it simple. I'm gonna press this a few times and it should be stored once. So when the result of this test should be that we have 1 key pressed, 1 key released. And that's the same key because it's the I key, I guess I should use the... Yeah. So this should contain exactly I. This size should be a 1 of the filter, 1 of the filter. It should still be I here. Yeah, that's fine. Now it's going to fail. Let's run this. Confirm it fails. It should fail. We want it to fail right now because it's wrong. If it were to be green, it would mean something is wrong. Okay, so this fails because we found 3, but we want 1. So let's go into our code and find out how we can solve that once and for all. So when we're pressing key, we're creating key event and we add it. But before we actually add that and spend a lot of time working, we want to make sure we don't already holding it. So if our template does not contain the key we're pressing, which is going to be the native key event, get key raw key code. Hold on. No, we have to check more than that. We have to check for both press and the key. So this, let's just make the object first. Actually, let's do it after we have created the macro action object, because then we can more easily. Actually, hold on. If this list only contained pressed keys, then we don't have to check if we're pressing or releasing. Do we? No, because this is only pressed inside this code. So we just have to check if we're already pressing the key. So this should be fine actually. So let's add the well, before that we should actually check that template contains the key we're trying to press. Then or if it does not contain, then we're gonna continue. Actually, if it does contain, then return. We're done. We don't want to continue. We want to do nothing. We're not going to store it. If it really contains this. Oh yeah, it should be integer. Good point. Let's see. Okay, so let's now add the value, because now we know it doesn't contain. Okay, let's add it there. So the native key event, I'll get raw key code, save, finished. But when we are releasing key, we have to do the opposite of this. We have to remove it. How do we do that? Well, let's but before we do that, let's test just to see if it's still green, or if it is green, or if something more fails. Yes, now more things are fails, because we're not removing anything anymore, are we? Was 0. Interesting. Probably some issue. Let's see. If it contains, if the template contains. Okay, let's just double check. I didn't, that's the actual change that broke this. Yeah, let's change. Let's try it again. Let's add it here in released. If our template contains the key we're pressing now, that means we want to remove this. We don't want to return. It's fine if it contains there. Then we remove. Done. That should do that. Let's try one more time. Test. Oh my god, so many errors. Let's see what is wrong here. If it contains, don't add more, don't do anything. That's fine. This should be fine. If it does not contain our list, we add it to our list. We're storing it in our list before we add it to our other list of list. This is the list over time. This is just a temporary, whatever we're pressing right now, list. So now a key is released. If our list contains the key that has been chosen to be released, we're gonna remove it from our list. And then we add the macro action to the macro action list. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. Because the macro action records release and pressing and so on. But we don't want to record it twice, and that's the point. But something is bad here. Why is it bad? Let me take a look and see what this one broke suddenly. What's 0? That's interesting. Okay, I'm pressing the key. I'm creating a new one for every test, right? Yeah, it's a new one. Similar key press. Yeah, you press the key. That's fine. Hold on. Oh, I see what I did wrong here. I see. Oops. If action event key pressed, there we go. Well, I should actually make a check equals this one. There we go. Oh, I love mistakes like these. If our action event key release equals action event. I can use else. I'm messing up something here. You go there, you go away, I think. Yeah. No. Why? Else if. Right? That's what happens when you're mixing many languages here. Right? Is this empty body? Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Native key released. Right. Now something should work. Oh boy. More mistakes. More errors. Oh my god. Simulate key event here. Index else. Oh my god. How am I doing this? I'm curious. I'm really curious. How am I managing to do this? I'm removing something that's... Wait, is this the index? Oh, it's index. Oops. And remove object. Wait. No! I want to remove the object, but it's interpreting it as the index. Okay, how do we do that? Because it's the same object, you wouldn't know. Can I do this? Is this allowed? I don't know if this is allowed. Am I allowed to do this? Is this gonna be correct? Because I want to remove the object which we are storing, which is an integer, not the index. Ah, there we go. Yes, thank you. Another new knowledge obtained today here. Or not knowledge, as much as being aware of it. Where's the... Two. Okay, that now everything is green, so that's good. It means it's working as expected. Just a little goofing going on here with the move function. Well, let's change the name though, because we know this is the list of pressed items, pressed keys, pressed events, pressed key events. Yeah, key events. Actually, why do I have a list here? Pressed key events. Well, I mean, no, it's a raw key code. It's a pressed raw code list. Yeah. I don't know. By all means, if anyone has a better name, make a merge request or something, or pull request. I mean. Yes, that's fine. But now the code is green. Let's refactor a little bit. Let's make this more readable and easier to work with, I guess. Now this part, this is just preventing us from adding the same keys twice. This is just handling. Like it's just like a little guard here, checking the entry store if the ticket's already been used. Have you used your ticket already? And if you already have, then no entry. But if you leave, then you know you'll scratch off or something, and then you can go back in because you have a band, I guess. Maybe not ticket anymore. You have a band. You left, and you can come back. Yes. So how? What would be a nice way of doing this? Is there a way of doing this that can make this more, you know, easier to read, guys? Can I put this in the method? Interesting. Remove existing key. But one thing worth mentioning here, you cannot release a key more than once, unlike pressed, because when you're holding down the button, you keep pressing, even though you haven't released it. So I don't have to handle the if and return thing we have in the native key pressed method. Make it a little bigger. Remove the pressed key. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Actually, this part here. This part. The native key event is the only thing I need here, actually. So, add macro action, or rather, record macro action. Would that be a good explanation? So now I record it. I'm recording this action you did. Yeah, why not? But the release now is slightly less here. Speaking of which, I'm going to remove this, make a nice and sweet getter annotation using Lombok, because Lombok is very nice for that. Let's see. Press code list. I don't need anything with this, but I realized that this is a lot of things for just one variable. Like, this variable is doing a lot of things here and there. Like all it does is checking if we already have pressed something. So maybe that could be a separate class. I mean, but you know, then again, it might be overkill. So I don't know. Something to think about. Something I will think about rather. We'll see how it goes. I think it's okay for now. Add to the list. Hold on, if I do this, if it does not contain, then you want to do this. Yeah, that could actually be easier. If I did the opposite, I just put this inside here. So now this can actually be a function, I believe, that explains something better, maybe. Actually, I want this to be visible though, so I guess this is the only thing I should make. What does this do? Pressed raw code list contains the if it does not contain, we continue. So key event not already pressed. So if the key event is not already pressed again, if it's not already pressed, you add it. That's okay, I guess. I don't like the order of these though. I mean, I'm experienced about it. One thing I wish about Java is that they have like indentation, like sub methods, I guess. That would make it more easier to recognize methods that are used in other methods in the same class. So in this example, it would look maybe something like this. So I can easily, on a glance, look at that these methods belong in here, like solely. And if by chance there are two methods, like bigger methods that are using these, then this could be, for example, here, and like this, I guess. But who knows? I have not. I don't have any plans to change the Java coding standards. So let's just undo it a few times here. Should we arrange code? Is that the one? No. Java. Arrangement. There we go. Let's see. Let's try that first and see if that's the one I want. And I do like keeping already methods together, but I will see how this looks first. What if I move that? Okay, no, this one. I'm gonna try that one, see what happens. Let's see. No, it's, I mean, well, I mean, why not? It's fine, I guess. What happens if I move this up? Oh, interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, that's fine. Just playing around a little bit with the presentation here. Okay, it seems to work fine now, though. Let's do another test just to make sure everything's green. But now, at least, when we are recording the macros, we are not going to store the keys more than once when we're pressing down. Let's do a test now. When I say test, I mean let's run the application and see how it goes when we are recording something. And in order to start and stop the recording, we are using an API, and we just define it to be API start and API stop. Now, at some point, I'm gonna change this and use Postman in order to easily run API calls, I guess, if we need that. We'll see. Ignore this error, by the way. This is something wrong with JNativeHook, and it is suspected it's because I'm using a Norwegian keyboard. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna start now. Okay, I'm gonna write Ivan. Okay, and now I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna press enter also, and now it's done. Oh, here we go. Here we can see, once we stopped, it recorded this. So it recorded that we're releasing our enter key, and it recorded what I wrote, which is Ivan, and it stops with the enter key again, pressing. So it starts and stops with the enter key, but you know, opposite order, I guess. So if let's do one more test. Let's do one more test here. Let me restart this. What I'm now going to do is I'm going to hold down a key. And this could be simulating us walking forward. Like we want to simulate us holding down while walking forward until we release the key and then we stop. So I'm just going to press and hold W now in 3, 2, 1, there. You can see it's recording native key press, and that's because the logging is on top of the method. But I'm going to release it now and then stop the API, and we'll see if it has been recorded. It should not be recorded, it should just be one key W pressed and one key W released. Plus minus the enter at bottom here. And it has, excellent, it works. Thanks to our test, we knew it worked before we actually tested it. So that's nice. And if we break it in the future, good thing about having tests are we can easily find out when they break. As long as we keep running all the tests. I wouldn't be surprised that something is broken now. Here we go. Let's see. This looks like a test I started to write but didn't finish. Did I? Yeah, this is a test I started to write but I didn't finish. Probably in the last session here, which was yesterday, around the same time. But let's wait for that a little bit. I will get back to that. Now we at least we know our listener is functioning the way we want it to when we are recording something. Now the key presser test I believe is for the playing of the macro recording. So let's wait with that a little bit here. Let's put that in on the behind the queue of things to do. And you know, let's remove the logging here. We don't need it anymore. These are childhood dreams. It's how it used to be. When we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Every weekend is the same. I'm the one about that. Yeah, I already know about your game, but I'm hey. So we can now record. We can now record keys. And we're storing the time. So we have to actually make sure that we can use it. So not only do we have to record the keys, we actually have to record when we start recording. And we haven't done that just yet. Hello, Unfair Share. Where's the high contrast IntelliJ? Frankly, the reason I'm not using it is because people complained about me using it. Not here, not in live stream, but at work. Like I said, it's difficult to look at your screen, and that's the reason why that's a good reason to not using it, really. Because you shouldn't make it more difficult for the people you're working with. And it does not help I'm using a keyboard without keys on it. It's just blank at work, so I have an extra keyboard laying around for the guests that want to write on my computers. let's see. We need to record when we are pressing, when we are running the listener. When the listener has started, we're gonna start. Let's see. Macro in the surface. When you start recording, we want to store the time we're starting. This is the moment we start the recording immediately. So let's add a long start time equals system current time in millis. But write in a little more script here so we know it's in milliseconds. So when we are doing the key pressing and stop recording, we want to also store the stop time so we know how long the entire playback of our recording is going to last. So let us put that right before we remove it. Or, you know, let's put it afterwards. I suspect there may be a niche case somewhere hidden there. So this is the stop time. No, we're probably gonna move that out somewhere. I'm not sure just yet. Let's remove that one. Start listener. This is the listener. This is the starting of the listener. So this is done. Wait until a key is pressed. Wait until. What was the thought about that? No, we don't need that. It's done. We start recording. That's the entire thing of starting recording. Now the macro key listener is what's gonna manage it. It's gonna provide the list once we stop. So this part is done. The starting is done. At least with keys. We stop the listener from doing anything, we store the stop time. We then ask, with a pleasing tone, to get the macro action list from the macro key listener. And then for testing purposes, I'm just printing out on the screen so I can actually make sure it works by doing some tests. And then we clear the list for next time. But of course, this is not what we want to happen. We want to store this somewhere. We want to be able to get back to this. Now, we may or may not do that right away, but it's definitely something in our plan. Store the macro action list for later use, so save it. Now, I believe we have a task for that by itself, but this is just a note that this is a good place to do it. But right now we just want to play it once we stop recording. So we're not gonna clear this. This is not something we're gonna do. Start listener. Let's remove those comments there. And we know this works. We don't even need to get this yet. But what I need now is to create a way to play it. So in our macro runner service, it would make sense to have a play recording, right? Let's start with creating a public void play recording. And while we're here, let's go back to our test and see what we have here. We began creating a integration test for our macro runner service, but we didn't get that far because it's a bit difficult to emulate this. Now, one way to emulate this is to mock the macro key listener, the list it returns. So basically, we're skipping the actual action of recording in the test. It's already pretty much been done. And the behavior of the individual record keys and key press and key release is done. We have the mid test of that, unit test. But I don't see a way to do an integration test with the clicking part. So it would make more sense with an integration test of the maybe playing part. Because I believe we can create an interface or something that we can override, so we can actually control that we don't actually press something on the during the test, but instead check that it has been triggered. You know? So let's see here. Start recording. Fine. We don't need to do this. So what we check is stop recording? No. There's nothing happening here. It's just all it does is to prepare the list. It's part of the list here. And we're not using the start time, stop time just yet. We will get to it once we start working on the play recording, because I'm not quite sure how I'm going to use that just yet. So let's just take it easy, I guess. Play recording. This is what we really want to test here. So let's change the test to play keyboard recording. Macro recording. Before we do that, we will have to prepare the macros. We will have to mock it. So let's mock the macro listener list. Wow, I hit all the right keys there. So the way we do that is we need to actually have access to this. Currently, we are not doing anything in play recording. So let's do some trickery here. Macro actions, macro action list equals let macro action. Yeah, we're gonna make a function basically. Return macro key listener, or maybe we can override it. We should be able to override it. It's done in the constructor though. Can't do that. I wonder if I can use a. That's good. This is probably the easiest way. Get macro action list. Okay. We want to mark this part, so we have to make a inject mark, I think. Or is it a spy? I think it's inject mark we need. Let's think a little bit there. And this is the good part about doing testing while developing. You can make sure the code you write is more flexible. Because right now, I'm not entirely sure how I would do that. I mean, I was thinking of just creating a package private method that I can directly, you know, override. But I'd rather not do that. I'd rather override just the macro key listener itself. So a way of doing that, which is kind of not nice, is create a setup function for that. But I don't know, it's kind of like a dirty, you know, dirty way, because you don't want anyone else to set anything there, as far as we know just yet. So let's spend some time thinking about this, because this is important. It's important to do spend times on things like that. And like I say, that most of what coding is and developing is just thinking and reading 99% of the time. Well, 90% probably, or between. Definitely not less. I don't believe that. So let's think here. We want to mock. We want to mock it. So let's create it. Let's create it somewhere. Let's just create it. Let's mock it. So we want to mock this equals a mock class. Okay. So when do you return when? What? I think when it's okay. Key listener. Get acro list. Then return the list we want to mock. Well, let's see here. We will have to actually create a few macro actions and put that into a list before we get here in test. So let's do that. Macro action equals new action. Let's see, what are we sending in here? Excuse me, the native key event. Okay, I believe we have tests for that in a different test class. So let's take a look and see if we can find it. Simulate key event. Here we're creating a native key from this and this. So this could probably be a separate class somewhere. So I'm gonna create a, I guess, test help package. And in here I'm just gonna create a key test key pressing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to remove this part. I'm going to return the native key event. I'm going to call this the build native key event. Yes. Just a quick way to get the entire object here without having to deal with figuring out what every variable here is, because I cannot seem to down the sources here. I should probably return to the native key event also here. And for now, I'm just gonna extend. The testers can simply just extend this. So let's extend this one. That means we can then use it. So what did I name this? Build native key event. Okay, so let's do that. Build native key event, action event. Is that it? Let's double check here. Yeah, that's it. And let's do the same here. We want to extend that testing class we just made, test key pressing. And we can add on that later. If once we start beginning with the mouse presses and clicks and whatever, we can either create a separate test helper class that we also extend, or we can build on the test key pressing test class and maybe change the name or something. I don't know. We'll see. For now, I just want a quick and dirty way of getting what I want. KI, what else? And the action event is the pressing. That's it, right? No, wait. There's an extra there. There we go. So now this is the macro action for pressing I. But we're not done yet. I realize that we're probably going to do this a lot. I want to just be able to do a build key press, I guess. Key event I. And this is going to build the macro action. Build key press macro action, I guess. Build macro action key press. Let's see. I'm gonna create the method. No. Can I put this in the parent? So, I'll move that out to the test key pressing class. So at some point, maybe we won't even need this, but we'll leave it here in case we want the native key event for some testing scenario. I don't know. Over here, we might as well make the release equivalent. Okie dokie, that's it. But I realize maybe we can make it even better. Maybe we can refactor it even further. Take it one step beyond. What if you make it so easy, like, you know, for the testing, of course, that I create a now we want what we want here. We want a list. We want a list of macro actions based on what you're typing. This is the key pressing testing. So why not just do the macro action list equals right. Can we do it that easy? Can we remove everything and just make a method called write, and then we type it in, and then we get the list? Why not? Let's do that. Let's create a function. Let's go in here, and let's find out how we do that. Now, a string contains characters. So perhaps we can, I don't know, iterate to the characters and find and get the raw call from each character. Now, I'm a bit unsure, but I believe they should contain the data the ID used to get the key event. So let's do a testing. I'm honestly not entirely sure, but I believe there should be a character ID somewhere, or some information we can use to just get the key event from the character. In Ivan. Is that right? Oh wait, I have to convert it to a character array. Two car array. There it is. So for each character, maybe we can make an uppercase character. I don't use that a lot. Let's see. The character value, we have a compare to, we have a hash code. I'm not unsure. Let's Google here. Let's find out if there's something we can use. Get the key event from car in Java. There we go. Keystroke, keystroke. Really? Really? What's a 0? This seems to be a bit overkill. It should be... Really? Is that it? Let's try this one. Key code. Get extended key code for car. Yeah, I agree. Like, this seems like way overkill to get the character codes. Let's just see here. The key code is, we get this from the character codes. Let's what if we do this? Corrector. Code. Basket. Let's see here. What do we get? Let's print. I don't have a SLF for J here. Let's fix that. SLF for J. And log info level key code. And the character itself. There we go. Let's comment this out. Let's return null. Let's just change that to the X to the right. Let's see. Remove that. Comment this out. Comment that out. Can we go away? Let's see. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. If everything goes well, it should log the characters we need. Hopefully. At least it's green. Oh boy. There we go. Excellent. It seems to work just fine. So using this information, let's create a macro action. Now each macro action is going to take in the key code. Let's import that. No, I don't want static import. I want I just want the key event. There we go. Oh, we got a bracket there. A list. Action list. Am I importing a wrong list all the time? Why am I using AWT? AWT? Isn't that a bar or something? Why is AWT a thing here? Go away. even turned that one there. Jeez. Now it should work. Yeah, we don't need that. Let's add that to our little list here. Yeah, let's just do this. But this is the press. We need the release also. So because we're typing now, we are writing something. We have to press it and we have to release it in our tests. So we're not only are we storing macro action pressed, we're storing macro action released. That's good. That's good. Move it down there. Looks a little organized at least. And then we return the lists. In the worst case situation, we are returning an empty, nothing. There are no characters to read, so then we return an empty list. As far as I know. Let's see here. So now we are actually getting a macro action list, but I don't want this here. I want to take this out. Because I'm sure there are plenty of other tests we will make that can have some good use for this. So moving it here, we can access it. And not just we, but pretty much anyone that implements our test class. Now one thing, I'm in principle against comments, because comments just means you cannot code well enough that people can read what you're doing. But in this situation, this is a test class, and the only way to see that this is a test class is to go and read the package name. But even that may be a bit confusing. Perhaps this is a package name that's used in the production code somewhere. So I'm gonna write a comment. This test class. Class for tests. Super class for I don't know. By all means, come up with ideas. It's just so we see there's a comment here, because comments is something we notice and want to get rid of. So I see it here. It's like, oh, super class for test. Oh, now I know. Now I remember what this is. The return value is never used. Let's go back to our class here. Take a look. Let's make sure it works. We probably made a bit of changes here. I need to get into the habit of running classes every time I make changes. Okay, yeah, good. It is as expected. This one still fails. Let's remove this because I don't even know if we're gonna ever work on this one. This is a dead idea I had last session. Key presser. Yeah, we're not even using this. It's still a work in progress project. So let's go to our test here. We are now gonna get a list of macro actions. And this macro action is what we're gonna mock. We want to mock this. So when our macro key listener macro key listener's method get macro action list is called, we want to sneak in this list we made for our test. So now the little dilemma here is figuring out how to inject this into the macro runner service. And one quick hack is to make a setter for this, which is not used anywhere else, which means I would set it before hitting the play recording, but that feels a bit dirty. I don't like that. So there certainly has to be a way we can do that without having to set it. I believe mocks will pretty much destroy all methods, or something like that. But I'm gonna try inject mocks and see how that works. I think inject mocks is what I want here. I'm pretty sure. Let's try take a look here. But But my worry is that with mocks, I remember it disabling a lot of, it disables behavior basically. But I don't want it to disable behavior. I basically want like the behavior of a spy, where we can, maybe spy is what I want actually. Spy bean. Spy bean. There it is. Because it's auto-wired, so this should be the right one, I think. So let's try it. I'm gonna have to mark this one. Let's try to mark this and see what happens. Let's see what happens if I do that. When macro action, macro runner service, get macro action list, then return. In which case we wouldn't need this. I wouldn't have to use the listener itself. Maybe. We'll see. Let's get this one, return the list. Let me comment this one out, because we may not need that at all. We may not need that one either. I mean, I guess I could mark the macro key list. Actually, that would be a better mark instead of this. Yes, that would be a way better mark. Possibly. Wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. Because then I wouldn't have to put that in a function. I could just mark this one. Private final, hold on. Private final. We're instantiating it here. Now this is not a bean, so we are actually creating this here. Mock class initiated in function. Java mock class initiated in constructor. There's probably a way to do that. There we go. Here is a Stack Overflow question. I want to mock the dependency initialized in constructor. In my case, I want to mock Kafka producer so I can mock the sending of message over Kafka. My code looks like below. Producer, mock up. Okay, he wants to mock this one, so he's in the same situation as I am in. Let's see how I did. There's no way to mock object created by the constructor. Yeah, when you create a class, you're not. Ideally, when you create a class, you should not initiate the class you want to mock. Yes, I agree. Anyway, there are several workarounds. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, passing it as a parameter in the constructor, but we are using Spring, and that's gonna make it's gonna be difficult, because then it would expect this to be a bean, and you know, that could possibly work. But I'd rather avoid that, because it's not that I want to avoid making beans. It's just that it's a good habit not to make beans unless it would make sense to use that. So in services, that would make sense. In controllers, that would make sense, and so on. But objects such as you know, maybe entities or something like that, it wouldn't make sense to make beans, or DTO objects that you know, get from APIs. It wouldn't make sense to make those a bean. Set, yeah, that's also I was thinking, like creating a set function in the class, but only use it in test. But that's a bad thing. It's a no-no. And use reflection. Yeah. So basically, we should probably find a way to not initiate it in here. We should probably create a separate function called initiate, which we have to call in order to start, you know, our application correctly. Let's do that. Let's remove the final from this one. Let's remove this one. We don't need this anymore. That's good. But we do need to create a throws, possibly sneaky throws, because this is a very I'd say I think it's difficult to get this exception here. Let's create that. Let's create a sneaky throws here. Another Lombok annotation that helps us along the way. So that should solve it, really. But no, it doesn't. Because I still have to mark it. I guess I can send it in the initiate. Hold on. The constructor can actually just use that one. That's fine. Because once this is created, we want it to register. We want it to be ready. You know, it's registered this as something we're using. But when we initiate, I don't know. I'm definitely overthinking this. I know I am. I can feel it in my bones. That's good. Let's see. We might have to end up creating something like this anyway, or making it more abstract. I don't like this. Let's try. But at least this way we're not going to... Let's see. Where's this used? This is a service, so this is not gonna run until we need it. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. God damn it. I guess the easiest way to do this is simply using a setter. I hate it, but that's what we're gonna do right now until we have a better option. Let's get a setter. We are going to not final. Remove that. And move that. There we go. I don't like it, but that's the way it goes. Now we can remove this one. We don't need that anymore, but we can use that one directly. Because we're gonna mark this one. We're gonna set our mark in our tests. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Let's go back to our test here. Let's go to our macro in service and set macro key listener, and that's gonna be the one we're gonna create here. It's part of our mocking. So in that case, we don't need to make a mock. I believe we can just use it auto-wire. Do we? Actually, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna leave it to Spybean for now. That's a good thought, I guess. So when our macro key listener is someone's trying to get the macro action list, we're gonna return our macro action list, and let's just set it. On the bright side, because of Lombok, we're not actually creating a function method that we can see that's being used, at least not visibly. Okay, let's remove this. So what's gonna happen here? The first thing I want to know is whether or not this works. I want to know if this works. So I'm just gonna log the macro action list and see if we get something, or if we get a null pointer, because if we get a null pointer, it means this is not correctly set up. Let's hit play and see. Oh, I should probably set the play to only the one test class. Let's see here. Yeah, initiate errors here. Oh wait, this is an integration test. Integration test. Then I need to create a. Yeah, let's try that. Like it before. Public void before. Marks. Dot. What was the code? Marks annotation? Mockito annotation. Initiate marks. Yes. We're gonna create a mark class of our private macro key listener, and hopefully that should work with the integration test. But that also means I should probably, let's see if it works. I have no idea if it's gonna work mixing this and this, because we're setting the mark as part of the auto-wired class here, so I'm not even sure how that's gonna work. And the only thing we're mocking now is just the key presses, because there's no way I know of doing that otherwise. So we're mocking this one, yes, and when, let me set it, and then we play the recording. Let's try again, let's see what happens here. Or if we just have to use the JUnit. Ah, here we go. Really? Is it printing something? What is all this? Spring. I'm gonna remove all the spring logging here. Let's see if I have something I can use. Give me a moment to find a project I made before. Hopefully I have some project where I have blocked all the spring useless logging we don't care about. There we go. This one should have this. My API project. Let's see. Resources, log back. There we go. Excellent. I believe we have logback here as well. Yeah. So I'm just gonna copy paste this. Spring framework. Change the L to lowercase l here. What else? I have a lot of things. Yeah, spring this one, spring that one, this one. What else? Hibernate, I guess we can take as well. And that should hopefully do it. Let's do a test here. Actually, I might just move it here, but it's fine for now. Let's see. Here we go. What's what are we logging? We're logging the macro actions. Ah, okay. Let's make a two string for this one. Let's create a two-string for to make it a bit more readable. So the two-string is going to be the key. Why not? So the integer, that will be key event dot get key text from the key event code, which is called the key code actually. So let's rename that key code. Yeah, is that all? Yeah. So this two-string should convert this into something readable. Yes, I won, because we have key press down, key press up, and so on. So it works, that's good. We know it works, so our mock is actually working. That's good. Good to know. Let's see, I'm gonna take a break in about 15 minutes, and then I'll be back probably in 30 minutes after that. Or maybe 50 minutes, we'll see. I'll take a break anyway. But I'm gonna continue this because I want to do this. Great enough, I guess. But you know, sometimes nature calls. Jeez. So we are preparing a mock. We have now mocked Ivan keyboard pressings keys. So we are playing recording, and this is what we want to simulate. And how do we actually confirm it has been pressed? It has been run. Well, each key should have a timestamp associated with it, a time when it has been pressed. Let me double check here the macro actions here. Yeah, it has a long value here, and that's set whenever we create this. And currently, when we create this, it's just gonna create it pretty much at the same time. So it's gonna be like instant almost, because it's running as Java code. So I may want to change that, but I think it should be okay. What I will have to do is when I'm verifying is the keys I'm playing back, I will have to actually save those and match them up against each other. Now, the uncertainty with this is I am not entirely sure how accurate it's going to be with playing back time and then checking if the time matches and then play it when it matches. One way of doing that is once we hit the play button and the time goes on, we then check for the next key that's going to be pressed and wait until the time matches. So if this is the key that we are gonna press, which we have recorded, and when you hit play here, the time is gonna move this way, this way, this way. But we already know what time this is, and when this time matches this time, it's gonna play this key. And then it checks the next key. Okay, this is the next key. Okay, and then the time keeps moving. It doesn't stop. But when it hits it, then play. So if time is equal or greater than this timestamp, play immediately, and then immediately check the next one. When the time, hits it or exceeds, play immediately. And I think that would fix the issue with potentially not hitting the time exactly, because maybe your computer lags or something, and it just jumps over it because you don't matches it. So I figure that equals or greater is a fine way of doing it. But we're not there just yet. We are getting there, and I'm actually optimistic that we will get there today. I think we are going to be have a functional keyboard recording and playback, albeit having lack of features such as doing anything else. But I think it's a good start to have something working. Okay, where were we? A bit distracted there. Play recording. Okay, this works. We know it works. We are actually mocking this. That's fine. That's good. What do we want to happen? Let's remove this actually. Let's remove that one. Maybe when we start recording, we'll clear the previous recording testing purposes. But I'll leave that for now. And we still have start time and stop time. We haven't really used that just yet. And the macro runner service may or may not be suitable for this kind of functionality. Perhaps this logic is going to be, complicated enough to make a separate class out of. So what I'm going to do is actually put this as part of the class for now, and then probably move it out once we get more code in there. And one topic that's kind of, or at least for me, interesting to talk about is that some people don't like to add this unless you absolutely have to. And I do see the merit in that. It's not, even though I disagree, just for the record, I think you should use this if it's a class level variable you are trying to set. My argument is the same as their argument for not using it, ironically enough, and that is that it's more readable when you add this. Because let's say this method or function or whatever you call this is a bit long. Now, hopefully you will never make long functions at all, but realistically you'll probably end up with functions that are a bit long from time to time, especially at work. Because you gotta hurry, you don't have time to test, just get it out. Then this becomes more difficult to read unless you're very intimately familiar with the color coding. Because if I make an integer and then set this later here, they will have different colors. Well, it's not used right now, so let me Let's do this just like it's so I change color. We can see the color difference, and that's fine. So maybe, but I personally prefer to use this because then I see immediately, okay, this is a class level variable we are trying to set for access, whatever. I don't know. I would like to know what you think about it, if you have any opinions. If you're watching this by now and you have any opinions about this, please let me know, comment or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's more of a habit thing. I definitely see the merit, because there is color coded, like definitely. If you are very familiar that this color, okay, you know instantly it's a class level, then this would be probably a nicer way to make it more readable. So I understand both sides of it. I guess it's the same with the argument of having a one line bracket or a new line bracket. This or this. But personally, I started with this and I enjoy this one. And I think I prefer this more because of the readability. It makes it very clear what's inside a method, instead of relying on the indentation by itself. And I guess that's one of the reasons I prefer to add this, because maybe my personal preference is that I prefer to see not in color but in words the differences. It may be because I have a bad color vision or something like that, and therefore adding this will make it more easier for me. And that can possibly be a good argument for keeping it this, even though you personally prefer this, because maybe you're working with someone with the less of a good color vision, in which case that would help them. And it certainly will not, you know, not help you. I mean, you know, I don't know, enough rambling about this. Let's clear this one now. Let's add this one as well. And I'm gonna go in 2 minutes. I'll take a little break. Probably 20. I'll be back 5:30. That's my plan. 5:30 means 20 minutes from now. 21 minutes from now. I'll be back. I'll take a little break here. I'm gonna stop the stream. Actually, I'll make a note. I'll leave the stream on. Why not? Where's the scene here? Ah, there you go. Let's see. There we go. There we go. So when I'm done, I'll change that one. That's good. Okay, where were we? I'm gonna write it to do here so I remember what I'm supposed to do. To do simulate time running, or make a new time start for playback. Check what the first action event, rather macro action is. Wait for the new time to be equal or exceed. Execute. Check for the next, so on, until we hit the end. Until we hit the stop time in millisecond. Yes, that's it. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna be take a 30 minutes break. Let's see. Be right back.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. Side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. question why I'm too sad to say I'm sorry. So lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no. surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Born to the place where all this began. Start again. I'll see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta focus to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. Until you break down. Waste another day, eyes on my display. You say we need a change, and I feel that you mean it. You mean it. But you're so right, we're losing track of time. Buying things online, and it's not like we need them. We don't need them. So can we just slow down? The only
There we go. Let's see.
next to you.
I was thinking that I should have a countdown timer or a count up timer so I can keep track of how long I'm streaming on the somewhere, or possibly a countdown timer to when I'm leaving or something. And I realized all of this does a program to add a countdown timer to OBS. All it does is to create a text file with the string. And this seems very overcomplicated for a simple timer. I don't know. Anyhow, that's not what we're going to do today. I've just side note while I was stumbling across the internet here. Let's see. We are gonna continue with our macro recorder, and I have a share behind me now. Is you know, FYI. We want to play re-recording, simulate time running. So we need a new time start. So we need a long time start, and this is the new time. That's gonna be our system time. So system get current time in milliseconds. What I'm wondering is how we would test this. Once we play the recording, we want to verify. We want to verify that the individual. Oh, wait a moment. Maybe we can create another list of played macro action lists, and on that list we can simply use that to compare them with each other. That the resulting macro action excuse me, keys have been pressed in the same order and at the approximate same time, or the difference in time, because the time itself is going to be slightly different. So let's see, how are we gonna do this? So let's verify. Once we have played the recording, maybe the play recording itself is going to return something, but maybe not. Let's look a little bit at the control we have here. We have a start, stop, and let's add a play part, so we have at least that in place when we are ready to test a little more. Playing. Play recording, yes, okay. And that's it. That's everything we need to do to create an API in order to execute this. It's quite simple actually with Java and Spring Boot. Create an API, or you know, access at least. Yeah. Now we first ask to get the action we want to play, so we know what to do. Then we are going to start. We're gonna play our recording, and we begin by creating a time start. We then need to check what the first macro is. So perhaps we can use a for each. Can we? I wonder. Let's try. Macro action. Macro action. Let's get them from the macro action list. Once we now have our first macro action, how are we gonna do it? Are we going to use a sleep timer, or are we gonna I don't know, let's find out. We want to get the first one. That should have the first time, basically, the timestamp. But in order to know how far in from the time start, we need to know the time it took between this action event, macro action, and the time we started. So we need to know the start time, and we have the start time in milliseconds, which we saved from the start recording. So we need to get the difference. We need to calculate. We need to get difference. So get diff until first until macro action, I guess. So we have the start time. Actually, it should be the other way. It should be the other way. It should be this minus that, because this one is going to be greater than this, because this happens after. So this is going to be maybe 11, and this is going to be 10. So then the time reference is 1. Yes, that's it. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we have that time difference. Now we need to compare with our time start and now. So long time diff now. I don't know what the name is just yet, but time diff now is our system time minus time start. That's a difference, because we are, so obviously, well, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, that's a horrible word to say in any circumstance, but it appears that we will also have to keep running this. We'll have to update, so we need maybe a while loop or something like that, or maybe add a separate thread for this, but probably don't need that. So let's just try making a while loop. So while we no match, or actually no, while our time is less. Okay, hold on, we may be onto something here. While our system current time milliseconds minus time start, and the time start, this is the current loop, this is now that when we're playing the recording, when that difference exceeds or is equal to the difference of our action, our first action. Yes, now we get somewhere. Until, hold on, wait. While our time difference, or rather when, it should be when, not while. So maybe it should be the other way. I mean, I could use a sleep. I'd rather not use that because
I just wanna be happy.
let's see. I have to think a little bit how we're gonna do this. Maybe a do while. Let's try a do while and see if that would be more appropriate. Is that even right? Yeah, that's right. So do this while our time start is not. Can I put this inside here? If the diff until macro action is
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body in Harvard.
is less or equal. No. Yes. Because it's greater. This is greater. When it's not greater anymore, that means we have exceeded the time or reached the time. If that time is less than or equal to the system time, or rather this one actually. Can I put that in here? Yeah, put that in here. If the time diff is less or equal to the time diff now, meaning we have exceeded the time, we passed the time, we hit the time of the action, then we're gonna execute it, right? But that means I should probably move that inside here also. But then we need a different while here. So yes, while we have actions to do. So what we could, how can I do that? Wait, yes I know. For each macro action, do. There's probably a simple solution to this, but just we want to loop until we keep the time. Get action. We get action. Okay, get action. Can I just do true forever? Because while this is true, okay, no, not true. That would be wrong. That would be bad. I don't know. Wait. This will not change. This will be good to be outside. This will not change once you're in the for loop. But this will change. This is what changes. I guess I could just use a while loop to lock until we get there, and then just continue the for. I guess that would be easiest. But it's very dirty, and let me Google a bit. Maybe there's a clever way of doing that. Let's see. Java. What does it want to do? We want to wait for time to pass. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Can we pass a parameter to wait in Java thread? Wait to notify, the encode execution. Maybe this one. Introduction. It is relatively common for Java programs to add a delay or pause in the operation. This can be useful for task pacing or to pause execution until another task completes. A thread-based approach. Okay. When a Java program runs, it spawns a process that runs on the host machine. This process contains at least one thread, the main thread, which the program runs. Furthermore, Java enables multi-threading, which enables applications to create new threads that run in parallel or asynchronously to the main thread. Using thread sleep. A quick and dirty way to pause in Java is to tell the current thread to sleep. Blah, blah. Yeah, we know that, but I don't want that. I want to avoid that. Or wait, hold on. I can just Would it be that easy? No. But I don't know if that would be accurate, and that's my issue. I could just use thread sleep directly. putting in the time difference. The difference we want to wait until. You know what I mean? But that's I feel like it's the dirty way of doing it. I don't know. Let's read a little bit more just in case. Okay, using time unit sleep. For better readability, we can use time unit XX sleep, where XX is the time unit to sleep, 4 second minutes, etc. And Y is the number that units to sleep for. This uses thread sleep behind the scenes. Here's an example of time unit syntax. Okay, try time unit seconds sleep, seconds to sleep. It's the same thing, it's just different, you know, words, names. The sleep times are not, yeah, it's not precise, and that's my issue. It's same with the thread sleep, it's not precise. I'd rather not trigger a thread sleep to set the time between the next step, you know what I mean? So let's take a look here. An executor service based approach. Okay, let's look at this one. This is good stuff here. This is Java. Java provides the scheduled executor service interface, which is a more robust and precise solution. This interface can schedule code to run once after a specified delay or at fixed time intervals. To run a piece of code once after the delay, we can use the schedule method. Okay. And the code. Let's see, let me get this a little bigger so people can watch this here. Yes. Schedule executor service. Executor service equals executors. New single thread scheduled executor. Executor service schedule at fixed rate. This will repeatedly call some task method, pausing for delay in seconds between each call. I don't want that. That's not what I want. But it's good to know that. So I want to find a better. I want to find a good and you know, I want to find the best practice way basically to handle time and execution. You know what I mean? I don't want to use thread sleep. That's what I have been using in my side project here while I was testing robot, testing out how to automate things using Java. I can drag it right here so you can see. For this, I was playing around with Valheim. That's an inspiration for creating this application to begin with. Although this is a very, what can I say, hard and brutal way of doing it. I basically created a script class that handles the individual behavior I want to do in the game. For example, we have an attack script with repair. Here, I have a way to toggling. Basically, it starts and stops the looping of the script because I didn't need anything fancy. Here I'm using threads, and in the threads I'm using sleep, and the sleep is what's used to pause. It's used to, yeah, it's used to rest basically. The loop keeps going by clicking the button and so on with a delay, which is used in sleep. I don't want to use sleep. I want to find a good and neat way of doing that. So let's search a little bit here. Let's see if we can find a decent way of doing that, you know, a clean way of doing it. Maybe it would be best to take a little further look at the executor service based approach. Let's learn more about this. Let's search for Java executor service. Timeout? I don't know. Let's just search for this and see what we find. I don't want to read the official documentations. Those have a not good to learn, I think. Unless you want to find specific behavior to learn what a function does. But that's not what I want. I want to learn how to use it, like how it's being used by others and so on. Let's see here. Medium.com, Java executor service explained introduction. Let's see. Okay, this is by Charles Chang, December the 2nd, 2019. It's 6-minute read. Let's see, I'll be the judge of that. What time is it now? 2 hours, 70 minutes. Okay, go. Introduction. Executor service is a built-in Java API to enable multi-threaded programming. It internally uses a blocking queue to store tasks, giving to it and execute them on threads from a thread pool. It is one of the most common forms to start new tasks on a different thread. In this post, I will explain how to use executor service in Java and the different types of configurations you can use for executor service. Executor service is actually a blocking queue with threads attached to it. Threads that are attached to the blocking queue will be taking the task from the queue and execute them. Basically, the threads are the consumers of the queue. And you will be submitting tasks to the queue for a consumers to consume. Basic use case example. Here's an example of how to use executor. Public static void main, final executor service equals executors, new fixed thread pool 5. So I assume we'll be doing 5 things at once, right? But we don't want that. We don't want that in our program. We are literally doing it in one thread. We want it to go from A to Z. We don't want to go A and B at the same time. A, B, C, D, that wouldn't be good. We want A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. So we don't want that, but let's keep reading. Then you call the executor service submit, and in here you send in a function which says hello world, and then shut it down. Let's see. This is an example of how to create a new executor service, how to submit a task as runnable, and how to shut down. Different types of executor service. Executor service itself is an interface. There are multiple implementations available in Java JDK. Default options can be created from the API executors. Let me explain different types here for you. 1. New fixed thread pool. The actual implementation is as followed. Okay. Linked blocking queue implies that is unbounded. First argument is minimum number of threads, and second is maximum number of threads. You can see they are the same, hence fixed thread pool. Third argument is the time to live of the idle threads before they got destroyed, but that only applies to threads created above the core pool size. As the min and max are set to be the same, no thread will be destroyed on idle. Okay, maybe new single thread executor. The implementation is as followed. New finalized delegate executor service. Okay. It's basically the same as above, except now it only has one thread in the pool. Okay, so this is more relevant for us. That's good. That's good. We want to create a new single thread executor. The finalizable wrapping is just to ensure you don't actually need to shut down the executor. Finalize is Java's destructor. That is not very well known for good reason. The use of finalize method is actually discouraged. You can read more about why elsewhere. Why would you? Okay. The new cache thread pool. Okay, it's a bit. This is more than 6 minutes. If I read this, it's gonna take probably 20 minutes. So let me just eyeball this for a little bit here. Okay, submit versus execute. This may be relevant for us. There are 2 public APIs available for you to give a task to the executor. One is submit, one is execute. Which one to use? Too long it'll read, always use submit. Why? Executor returns void. You don't have control over the task once it's submitted. So what you're telling me, execute is perfect for executing a key press. That's what it sounds like to me in my ears with what we're trying to do here. And I don't know. We'll see. Besides that, if there's exception thrown from the execution of the task, the execution exception will be thrown directly from the runnable, and it will hit the thread and cause the thread to die. Thread pool will create another thread to replace it, granted, but it wastes resources to keep creating the thread. Okay. Okay, it returns a future. Okay, that's a good thing. Futures are good. We have that in JavaScript, we have that in Vue, and so on. I mean, we have that in Vue that uses JavaScript that has except or was it Axis? I don't know. The execution thrown from the task will be wrapped inside the future. We will get exceptional. We get yeah. This is not what I'm looking for. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Java. Java. Run command after delay. Hopefully it does not use thread sleep. Please don't use thread sleep. Introduction. It's relatively common for Java programs to add delay or pause in their operation. This can be useful for task pacing in order to pause execution until another task completes. This tutorial will describe 2 ways to implement delays in Java. Okay, 1. A thread-based approach. Wait, didn't we see this? Hold on, we saw this. Let's just try this and see what this does. Because maybe this is what we need. Let's copy this and see. Let me move that back here to the... Oh, still alive? Wow. The starting area really is the safest place in Valheim. If you want to go okay, go here. But that's not what we're gonna do just yet there. We need this one. Anything else I should copy here? Wait. To run a task at fixed time intervals. That's not what I want, but it's good to know you can. Let's just full screen this and take a look here. I don't want to use thread sleep. It will be the easiest by far, but I don't want to use it. It's not accurate, as the and kind and nice websites have already told us. Let's see. Okay, we're creating executor servers, and it probably wouldn't be good to do it in here. I'm suspecting. Can I schedule like can I schedule all the tasks in one go? Can each key be a task? Like, press this and this time, press this and this time, and so on, and just do it and not worry about the loop. Because if I could do that, that would be sweet. That's right. Let's see what happens here. Task name, some task. Okay, what's the task I want to do? The task is, to my understanding, a runnable. Right? Yes, it's runnable. So we need to create a class that handles the execution, the action, but I have to think a little bit here. Now, keep in mind that with the play recording and stop recording and all that, we don't just want to do a keyboard. Right now we're only doing keyboard right now. So the macro runner service is the macro keyboard runner service in implementation soon. So I'm trying to think of a more maybe generic way of doing that. Let's create a task. Let's create a class rather. The class will be the execute macro action class. Yes. Execute macro. Hold on, that wouldn't... Would that be... No, that would not be right. Because... No, wait! Hold on. Something's coming to me here. Yes. Hold on, can I do it like this? Okay, that's allowed, right? It's allowed. It's allowed? I'm just gonna implement this so I don't get interrupted. I think it's possible. If that's the case, I can create a macro action executor that takes in a macro action and then handles itself as a runnable. So let's try that. New macro action executable? Runner? Yeah, runner. Why not? It's a runner. Let's create a class. And in here we're gonna send in the macro action because we just want to, you know, build it. I guess. I mean, maybe we can make a builder out of this. I don't know. Let's create this class. For now, let's put it into macro package. I still haven't figured out the package organization we want to use. Let's implement the method. So when we receive a macro action, we want to run it, we want to execute it, we want to click the button, we want to move the mouse, and so on and so on. And currently we are kind of wrapping the native key event into with our own data, but it may be beneficial for us to just simply save the native key event if we can save the native key event, we can execute the native key event using JNativeHook library, which we are using in the project in order to set up listeners. And in which case, we can just forget using robots altogether. I mean, if we don't need to, since we already have to, well, we don't have to probably, but since we're already using the library JNativeHook to listen for keyboard events and so on, we might as well use that, thinking. And if that's the case, having a macro action itself, except that it also stores the time, is almost pointless. Like we wouldn't have to get the native key event or the ID from this, because we can simply store the time and the native key event itself. You know? So you could say that we can just add the native key event itself. And if it works, we can remove these two. And that will also make it easier for testing. Consider removing long key code and action event. And in which case we wouldn't even need this anymore. Unless it's very inconvenient to check for the native key event. Let me take a look here. Do we have access to the press? We do! Excellent! Okay, so we don't need the action key event enum anymore. So this will simplify our application considerably. And that's a good thing. Yes, let's do it. Let's first make sure it works. I'm not gonna... But that means now with this object we have access to the native key event. Having access... Yeah, we have a getter server, yeah. Having access to that, we can now do stuff. We can just click it. Let me get up our JHook native library GitHub page. JNativeHook. Let's see. How did you click the button here? There should be a demos or something here. Where is the examples? Listener. There should be clicking. Consuming. That's not. What is that? Unsupported? I don't know. There we go, demo, let's see. Oh my god. Trying to find relevant code. Set, where do you do it? Where do you do it? Action performed. Dispose? No, that's not. This is a long class. There's a lot of things with comments. Native mouse move. Maybe it's easy if I just check any code here. Let's take a look at the listener for a second here, so I get an idea what we're using here. Actually, hold on. Maybe I did use that in the other example I was working on. Did I use that? Clicking post native event. Okay, this is the one. Yes, I think that's what I want. And this expects the native input event. Yes, haha, got it. Okay, that was easy. That was very easy. Let's hope it is that easy. So the macro action runner is going to run this. It's gonna just run it. It's just gonna trigger it. It's just gonna post the have to store it locally here. Private final macro action, macro action. This macro action, macro action. Actually, let's remove this. Add a required args constructor, which is thanks to Lombok, it removes the need to manually add a constructor that takes in the finals. So now we have access to this. Get native key event. Now my concern is actually no, there's no concern because we're storing this. We store all the data. But that also means that when we are writing, saving it, we may have to save more information. And if we do that, we can actually add support for both keyboard and mouse pretty much at the same time. Which, or at least this one will support it right out of the box. We will still have to add a listener for the mouse and take it from there, you know? Let's see here. If we can get something to where's the let's just try this and see if this works. I'm gonna log this also. Let's add a SLF for J annotation here with Longbox magic log info. What do we want to log? We want to log what action we're pressing. So let's get the key name. And let's make it more readable. A little bit more readable at least. Macro action. The action event we want also, which we might change to one thing at a time. Let's just make sure it works first. Now we are scheduling this. So for each macro action we're going to schedule it, and the delay is going to be in milliseconds, and the milliseconds delay is going to be the difference between the current times start and let's see, let me remove this here. The difference until macro action should be executed basically. So the time it executed, hold on, wait. Yeah, this is the difference. And we need the same difference. We need the same difference. That would be long difference. I don't know what the name is just yet. Time start plus diff until macro action. So that means this time difference we add on the time start we are playing the recording to get when we want this action to execute, right? Let's try. Does it take long? It seems to take long, so that's good. So let me move this out now, because we don't want to loop this one. We want to loop each macro action, add the macro action delay. Yeah, this is the delay, right? Yeah, this is frozen. This will not change. This is gonna change every time to reflect the current action. So we're getting the difference from when it was recorded. This is also not going to change. Time start is not going to change, but how much time we're waiting is going to increase, because this is going to get bigger and bigger, because the difference between the start time and the time it got executed increases over time, right? So it should be accurate, I believe. Hopefully. But the question is, will this actually work? If it did, that would be amazing. But does this alone make sure it executes? Creates and executes one shot action that becomes enabled after a given delay. Yes. Let's try this. I'm excited right now. I'm a little worried that it's gonna break something. I wanna run the test and see if something you know, breaks horribly. I rank this. It's getting cold now. Did he break something? So let's take a look at that. Let's see here. Macro runner service integration test. It's breaking. Null pointer. Why? This is a null pointer because the time of events in milliseconds is 0. Maybe. What exactly is 0 here? Macro action is 0, I believe. Yes. Yes. Macro action is 0. Why is that 0? What's the list? Didn't we mark this and print this? Let's see, what am I doing? But we have to mark this in the test actually, so I'm gonna comment this out. We don't actually want to run the keys. And I have an idea of how to solve that when you get to it, but I'm not gonna do that just yet. No test found in keepers test. What? Okay, let's just empty it for now. But we don't have to do this. Let's remove this. We don't need this. Remove this one and this one. Because we don't need that, because we're using a library that does it for us. That is convenient actually. Although I was hoping to use as much native code as possible to Java. For no other reason that, I don't know. Because I want to avoid dependencies, I guess the reason. Yeah, I think that's the reason. I wanted to avoid using a lot of dependencies. But we need this one dependency, so we might as well use the one we need. Oh well. Let's see here. Let's clean a little bit. Let's hit play again of all the tests and see how it goes. I suspect I will be coding quite a while today. So we can get somewhere. I want to at least finish the recording and the playing of the keyboard. That's my goal for today. Once that's done, I can lower my shoulders, relax, breathe, maybe play a game or something, or I don't know. And then continue tomorrow around the same time. Okay, it's all green. Let's now run the application. I'm just gonna take a quick look here, just in case I got something. This we can remove. And I will work. I'll remove this at some point once we get far enough to work with the front end. And we might do that once we have a functional keyboard and mouse recorder, just to keep it simple. Because what we want to do these 2 weeks is to create a functional core app, or a functional app of macro recording. Just the core requirements of having a macro recorder. That means no advanced features. It means no editing of recorded macro actions and so on. I just realized something. We don't need a stop time. Do we? Because if our last action was, you know, click left mouse button, whatever, and it took a while until you stop the recorder, nothing is happening. There's nothing you're recording. So it wouldn't make sense to wait for nothing. And if that's the case, we don't need the stop time, do we? Right? We don't need this. Let's remove that. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, hopefully this should work now. And I did log this, so this should log. Let's run the application, cross our fingers, and see if something happens. And let's open up our web page here, so we can run the API to start recording, stop recording, and so on. So the localhost, start and stop. Now stop is not doing anything right now. I hope. Yeah, it's not doing anything. So let's start. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press space a few times. And I'm going to wait. Space. Waiting. Waiting. Space. Waiting. Waiting. Space. And now I'm going to stop. So, let's see. If this works, I want to disable this error logging, by the way, once I get that far. Am I recording? No, I'm not. Disable the horrible JNativeHook error logging. And let us now play it. If this works, I should have time to start playing, go into the game, and see the character jump. Right? Let's see. Where's the mouse? There it is.
Oh yeah.
Damn it. Okay, let's find out what's wrong. It is not jumping now, so that's bad.
Watch this.
Let's see. Let's minimize this. Let's leave the vlogging. Yeah, I gotta remove this. I cannot read the logs with this horrible logging going on here. None. Oh, that's the one. Let's try again. Find out what's going on here. That's a bummer. It doesn't work though. I was half expecting it to work. Let's see here. Starting. This is gonna be the stopping. Did I? Yeah, I did start. Okay. Starting. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Waiting a little bit more. Space, space. Okay, let's try now. Stop. And now we're gonna hit play, and hopefully it's gonna log something. Hold on. The logging is in a thread. It's in a thread. It's in a thread. How was that? That was logging is in a thread. That means it should be like somewhere. It was like there should be like a thread stack thing somewhere here. I don't remember where it was. I think it's Google again. Let's see, IntelliJ view logs in thread. It should be there was a way. How can I see Ultron? There we go. I don't know. Let's see. That's great. Let's just increase the log level. Maybe that will help. Maybe. Let's debug the play recording instead of trying to do this using the logger, I guess. Let's go in here as well. And let's see if it works, I don't know. Let's start and stop again. Let's see. Okay, starting. Space. Waiting. Excuse me. Okay, space, and we stop. Okay, now we're gonna hit play. Okay, good. The debug at least caught that. That's. Can I get the mouse? Okay, the mouse is lagging. That's. Let's see. Let's jump one down here. Did I press the wrong button? I think I pressed the wrong button. No. Jeez. Where are we? Are we done? Already? Are the keys not working? Hold on. I'm missing information here. Where's... What the hell? I'm confused. Okay, still running. I should still be able to play this. If I hit play again. Yeah, we're still here. No. Let me double check the keys here. F8. Oh, I pressed F9. Okay, time start. What's time start? Let's see here. The mouse is... There you go. I had a few problems with the mouse lagging here. Let's just do a simple way to find out. Okay. Now this is not gonna... I don't think this is gonna work correctly anymore. Oh my god. Oh! I did a big mistake. I did a huge mistake. Oh my god. This is the delay. It's not the time. And I delayed it for a very long time now. I don't... Let's remove this. Let's just put this in here. Let's try again. Let's see. Can I get the... Let's try again. Okay. Yeah, I have to make an API. I'm gonna make a GUI for this soon, I think. Or use Postman, or make shortcuts, something. Maybe I'll make shortcuts. Okay. Space. 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 And stop. And now we're gonna hit play and we're gonna go into the game and hopefully the character is gonna jump like this and level up automatically. At least, you know, we'll see. Jump. It works! And jump, and funny. And end. If you see, I'm pointing and logging. You cannot see me pointing here. Let's see. Where's the mouse? I'm pointing here. This is just the enter key releasing. So there's an error because... Actually, why is an error? That's a good question. I don't know what's the error code there, but it works. But this means hopefully we can record holding down W now. Let's see here. If I were to start recording again, it's gonna keep the same, because we're not clearing it now between yeah, it's not clearing it now, it's just adding. and this is how we're controlling. I'm definitely going to clean this up because I want to separate the controlling, the logic for that chooses whether or not we should add it to our macro action list to enhance the readability. That's that's my concern right now, because even now when I'm coding this myself, it takes a little bit, like if the key is not pressed, okay, this, I don't know. The aim towards perfect code. It's never gonna happen, but you can never stop trying, at least. Unless you're getting paid for it, I guess. Yeah, we don't even need time start, really? Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't. It's even easier than we expected. That's really good. Because now you queue them up and it runs. Oh. We're learning. I just want it to be a little, I don't know, little. Screw it. Just go back to normal. It can be a primitive, that's fine. This is really good. This is really good news. I mean, I think we have a functional recording now for keyboard, even though it's very awkward to start it and stop it because we have to go through the API. But we will have to create shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts. So let's maybe we can do that. There we go, that's a little better. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to, but I also want to loop it. Like, it should be a looping thing. But right now it's just recording and playing. It's not looping anything. But can we create an option to loop? I don't know. Let's look at our task now. We may be actually finished with what we want to do. At least our task which we're working on, which is to record the keys and play the recording. We will have to add saving and whatnot. But currently, we also have to clear the macro key listener. Meaning we need to clear this somehow. Let's see. Do we have a what's a good place to clear this? I guess here's the only place. So once you start recording, I'm gonna create a little hack here. To do remove once we are storing, loading. Room later, we don't want to clear the time we start recording. Maybe, I don't know. All this does is clears in, it forces this to be recreated and creating a new empty list of our macro actions, so we can test now. And what this testing is going to allow us to do is start recording. Let's do that. What are we going to record? Let's record that we do something. Now currently we're not recording the mouse, so it has to be like actions. So let's do some building. Actually, I'm gonna build a little bit here. We have some wood, so that's good. I'm going to build close to this one because I want this one to be right next to it. Because I'm just gonna move the mouse now. Because my goal right now is to hit this, go left, hit that one, go right. I mean, and then go left, and so on. I'm a bit unsure how I'm gonna do that, but maybe this way. There we go. Why is it always dark when I'm trying to do this? Let me find a cheat code to fix this. Valheim cheat codes. There should be a sheet for this, I think. Number sheets, okay. F5, console command, I'm a cheater, okay. I'm a cheater, is that right? Yes. Okay, what else? No, I don't want to spoil, I just want to change the time. Set time of day. Food. Okay, food 0.5. There we go. This is for testing. I'm not actually playing with this character. Okay, let's get a wall here. Yes, because we're gonna walk this way, attack, interact with it in order to repair your items. You're gonna go right, and you're gonna attack, go left, repair item, and so on. So we have to record this at some point. But currently we cannot use the mouse, but that's the next step. And I think that's going to be very fast to set up now, since we have the code we needed. And when I say the code we needed, I mean the challenges of doing it in the first place. Because now we have done that. Go here, go here. I'm just creating a little area. So I'm not going too far, so I can always hit this one. Go not too far this way, going to hit this one, so on. I suspect if I hit this, I'm gonna hit the wood also. So let's change that to something less. Something smaller, like this one. That should do it, right? Maybe? Okay, it's a bit too small. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay, so hopefully this will work. Yes. Now, it's not doing any damage now because this stick... Okay, apparently this stick can do that, but I don't think a axe can do that. Oh, Jesus, really? Okay, apparently it can. So let me see if I can find a clever way of doing that there. Remove that one. Let's maybe a little lower. Can I do a little lower? Let's try this one. Okay, I cannot walk through that one. That's good. Let's see. I'm gonna attack this one. Why am I not? Why is it? Oh, this is not a rock. This is not a rock. I cannot use that. I can actually use this tree for this testing, but I wanted a rock though. There, maybe this one. No, it's the same rock. Okay, let's move the camp then. We cannot use that here. Because what we want to do now, we want to build an area where we can do the automation, where we are safely able to go AFK, right? So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's remove all of this here so we can take the materials with us. So we can go to this little tree, and this tree will be our sparring partner. I'm just gonna move all the junk out of here. Because we cannot kill this tree, but we can level up by hitting it, I believe. Right? Let's double check. The axe is about here. Yeah, it leveled. So it works. We can now level our wood cutting. If we can go FK and do it here, perfect. So we need our little crafting table. Let's put it right here. Or here, or wherever I can place it. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, what? Wait, there's a thing here. Go away. Is there? No, it's nothing. Okay, what? Here maybe? Here. Yes. A little. Come on. Come on. It was so close. There. There. Let's see. Yes, it's good. I can move left and right without hitting something. So let's create a little wall here behind. Because in order to do this automation, we will have to be able to repair something. Right? Yes. Let's create a wall on this side. Let's move this here, I guess. Yes. A bit hacky, but whatever. Creating a wall. To my left, to my right, and so on. Where's the door? Okay, I don't like that one, but that's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Please don't comment about my horrible gaming skills here. Okay, maybe I can make a wall here. I need the wall to be about here, I think, because I want to go left, but I don't want to be able to go too far left. So yeah, perfect. Perfect. But I'm not gonna use this wall because if we use this wall, we're gonna hit that wall. So here it's gonna be like a little plank thing. Hopefully that will be enough. Hopefully it's small enough that I will not actually. What am I hitting? I'm hitting it. Damn it. Okay, let's try something else. Let's remove this one. Let's remove this one. Let's build a wall so we can find a little area where we can, you know, do our thing. Let's try here. Let's try and see. Yeah, I cannot walk over it. That's good. Yeah, good, good. Can I hit this? Yes, I can hit this. Well, maybe not this one. Let's try this one. Okay, it seems I can use this. So if I go crap. God damn it. Okay, well, bit more up maybe. Maybe I can use. I don't know. It should be like something I can do. Maybe a little lower, a little lower. There. Yes. Okay. But this is a curved area, so that could be a reason why we're having problem with this one. So let's make a roof over this one, so we can actually use the repair bench. So we go left. We hit things. Okay, maybe a bit more left. Yeah, it's too much to the right here. Change this a little bit. A little lower here, a little lower. Maybe just on the floor is fine. Here. Let's try. God damn it. There. Okay, let's try here. Okay, here seems to be working-ish. But it's not optimal. We need a flat area, but unfortunately I don't have tools for that. Maybe I can give myself tools. That'll do. So you go left, you go right. Screw this. Let's do this a bit later. Let's start by leveling sprinting to make this easier for us here. Let's make a wall we can sprint towards. Perfect. Let's create a little bonfire. Create another wall. Let's destroy this. We'll work on this later because this is very inconvenient to have a curved area because it wouldn't work. It worked when I did my own test with the other application because it was flat. So let's just create a little running area. Okay. Ah, Jesus, too close. Some. There we go. Quick door here. With this, yeah, that's fine. Because now we're gonna train running. We're just gonna run. That's it. Why can't? Oh, I need wood. Okay. Let's get some more wood so we can actually start our testing. I'm definitely going the wrong route. Maybe I should just create a god character that has everything, and just modding in some things and some items and whatnot. I don't know. Okay, bonfire there. Let's make a roof. A roof. That will be these. If I can hit that one, that'll be nice. Can I please? Please, can you? Oh my god. Why is it? Oh, it was wrong. There we go. There we go. Very good. Very good. Let's decorate a little, you know, make it a little nice at least, maybe. You know. Okay, so let's just make a little fence so we don't accidentally walk on this. Can I do this? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna run. Let's record. Jeez, that took too long. Especially because this is not really... I don't think games like these are good for single player videos, I guess. Let's see. Is the application running? Yes, it is. Let us start and stop everything, but let me just remove all the nonsense. Localhost, start. Localhost, stop. Let's do a test. Okay, starting. Walking, running. Let's see if it records this. This is what should happen now when we play this. Stopping. Waiting, waiting. Running. I'm doing it 2 times. Stopping. And done. Okay, let's see. If we now hit play, it's gonna do the same, right? Why is it escape? Oh, because I probably was escaped when I was... And the reason it's not sprinting is because the trigger of pressing down got skipped because it was in the menu, I think. No? No? Now I'm concerned now because it's not running. Okay, interesting. Let's try playing that again. Why is it clicking escape? It's clicking escape because I was in escape when I did this last time. But why is it not sprinting? That's a good question. Does it not trigger sprint, or rather the shift? Or can it not handle multiple keys at the same time? I'm gonna make a new record here. I'm gonna make a new one. Okay, start. Holding down shift, holding down W. Running. Running, running, running. Running, running, running. Running, and I am stopping. And I'm gonna run a little bit just to see it works, and I'm gonna stop. Okay, let's see. Now we try again. Okay, so now we have identified that shift is not working. When I'm holding down shift, it does not seem to work there for whatever reason. I have no clue what the reason could be, so we have to research. Meaning the task of doing this is not quite done here, so we have to find out why that is the case. Greater, what's greater? Wait, what's this? Unknown key code. That's not good. Why do we have this? Could this be the issue with... yeah, I think this is the issue with the version we're using of JNative. So I'm going to change the version of JNative. I'm going to try it again before we do something. Because I did have problems with this version of JNative before. That's the reason in my app, which I've been playing around with, I manually added the version we wanted. Which I believe is a newer version. Let's see. Yeah, this... No, not there. Yeah. I don't think this even exists yet. So let's see what happens if it even exists. It doesn't... Yeah, it does not. So, That's the reason we have to manually add a library dependency. As much as it sucks, that's the way we have to do this if we're gonna use this library. Let's create a new folder here. There we go. For a lib folder. Mark directory. Well, what is here? Copy this one here. Add it. Right click. We're gonna add it as a library. But library is fine. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Refresh. And now, hopefully, I can change the logging level again back to normal, which is warning. Because we should no longer have issues with JNativeHook spamming us with nonsense errors that should be fixed a long time ago. Let's run this. And let us test. Didn't I add this? Maybe I have to reload the code probably. Let's see. What rebuild project? Let's try that one. It's right here. Okay, re-invalidate caches and restart. Now we wait again. Interesting. Yeah, of course. Okay, still working here. Still updating indexes. It's a part of IntelliJS behavior. So clear this one. There we go. But yeah, the next step, once we get this to work, is definitely to create a shortcut for this, because going through this while we test and work on this is very awkward. And even then, I should only trigger that on the release key, not to press the key down. Why is this not working? That is really strange. Oh, interesting. It's actually using different imports. That's not good, so let me do a find and replace. Yeah, replace all. Yes, do it! And now I can remove that. What the? I did a mistake, so let me undo that and try it one more time. We need to add this as well. There we go. Replace all. We try it once again. Now it should work. Let's remove that one. Let's reload and see if this works. Gotta love it's weekend. Have time to do this. No stress. Okay. It seems to work. Let's try recording and stopping and then playing and see if it works. And hopefully it's an issue. The issue we had is fixed. Let me close the door here. Okay, let's double check here. Okay, pressing start. Forward, sprint button. I see some logging there. I don't know what's going on there. Release. Sprint and run at the same time now, and just stop because we don't have time to wait for this. So let's stop this one. Now let's see logging here. What's going on here? Something got typed. Oh, interesting. Something got typed. It works in this in this version. Okay, that's good. That means we might be able to use this one instead of pressing down. No, we're not gonna use that one because we want the release and we want the pressing. But that means we can ignore this one. I can actually remove that. Now we know what that does. That's the click event, I think. Is it? Yeah, when a word appears on the screen, like you're writing something. But yeah, only words, no like shift and whatever. Let's see. Okay, let's just play it and see if it works here. Where is the API page? Okay, let's play and hopefully it works, but we'll see. No. Yes! It's printing! It works! It's just the versioning that sucked. That means I'm probably gonna play a bit around with the JNativeHook native library and create my own dependency of that. Depends what licensing it has. But now it works. It works. You're running. It works. Excellent. It's done. We can start with our next task. Let's see here. Here. In progress. Press key repeatedly with pause between. That works. It's pausing. It's working. Fix key press looping, and we did fix that one. And we did solve the problem with press a key repeatedly with pause in between. Fixed. What else did we do? In hindsight, we should probably plan this ahead of time, but it's done. It's done. Finished with this one. What else? As a user, I want to be able to record key event without recording mouse events. I can easily automate tasks. This is also done. It's finished. As a user, I want to record mouse events. But before I do that, I realize how important it is for us to prepare a shortcut to start and stop the recording and playing. So I'm going to actually add that higher in the priority. Yeah, I have not even added that as a user story. But let's add that now, because that's an essential user story. As a user, I want to be able to easily start, stop recording, and play without interacting with the GUI or API. So that it's easier to use without tabbing between windows. I mean, yeah, that's the reason. This is a higher priority. Let's see, what to label this? This is definitely a quality of life thing, I'd say. Yeah, quality of life. But it's an important quality of life, so I would put that almost up higher than certain core features. Where did I put it? Yes, this one. All the way up. All the way up. We need this so we can work faster also. Actually, user/developer actually. Not just user, so. Okay, how long does it take? I'd say 4. I mean, compared to 20, easy. And this I'm gonna up to the story post on this one because this is gonna be probably much easier now. But we'll take that when we get to that. So let's create a task for this. A task for the stopping and starting and recording. So I want to create shortcut. We also want to be able to change this in the future, but first let's just create shortcuts for start recording. Create shortcut for stop recording. Could probably be the same task. So let's do that. Let's make it simple actually. Start, stop, and play. Create keyboard shortcut. Start, stop, play. And let's share this one so we can add this as a task of this one. There we go. Wonderful. Because now we're working on this one. Let's put it to in progress. I guess I should add myself. I don't really have to because I'm the only one working here, but should get into the habit at least. And that's also one of the reasons I'm trying to do a bit more agile, plan a bit more, you know, have a little organization, even though I'm working alone. But who knows? This project may at some point get a bit, you know, big. And who knows, maybe there will be other jobs that want to, you know, work on this or whatever, improve it. Yeah, that's it. So let's create shortcut for start, so and play. Let's see where we get. Now for this, we will have to look a bit at the listener. But I also realized I should probably check the test a little bit first here. Let's not neglect the testing and make sure it's in place. And we should also refactor a bit here. Now all the tests are green so far, and that's good. So before I'm refactoring anything, I'm just gonna make sure the tests are in place. I thought I heard something. No, it's nothing. Okay. The testing. Okay, this is the integration test for the playing the record macro recording. What do we need to do? We need to play. It has to happen, but we need to mock certain behavior. This right here, I want to change this. I want to make sure something else happens here. So the question is, how are we going to go about it? I still want to know the time diff. I want to store this because this is going to be the same. And I also realized we might get by, instead of storing the start time, we can just store the time directly, but in the macro action. So we store the time difference directly there. So that's another potential big improvement that will simplify our code. Store delay directly. Yeah. Good. So let's do the right thing. Let's move this to do, because we're not doing that just yet. Let's move this back again, because I realize we need to do the refactoring here and testing. That should be a part of all the tasks at least, to make sure it's in place. So that's a mistake of mine to move it to done too fast here. It's not as fun probably, too many, but it's important. So let's see. Let's just play what I'm thinking here. Let's remove this. We don't need it to do, I realize, because we already have a task that that says what we have to do, and I'm sure we'll be able to find it once we need it, or when we need it. Interesting. Let me... I'm gonna wait, change it. I notice we have a mock here and a mock here. I can probably remove this entire line, but I'm gonna leave it there for a little while until I can fix this issue. Yeah. So I want to mock this behavior. I want it to do something else. I just want it to tell me that it scheduled this, schedule that, and so on and so on. So maybe we can put that into a function. Schedule macro action. And maybe we even want to return something there. But at the same time, it wouldn't make much sense to return anything there, at least not in the application. For testing, it would be convenient, but not here. But I believe we can actually listen in on the test. We can verify that certain macro actions has been inserted there, and maybe that is enough to verify and prevent action something from happening here, right? I'm going to make that package private because I believe that's what I need to do in order to do this. So let us see. Let's go back to the test here. Before we do this, we need to, once again, we need to mock some. We need to intercept something. So how we do this? How are we gonna do this? Time for a little googling again here. Let's see. We want to prevent method from running. Prevent method from running, but count check data interaction. I don't know. I know what I want, and I know it exists because I've done it before. I don't remember how. Mockito, maybe. Oh, top tal. Okay, interesting. What happened to my voice? Oh yeah, you're right, Fistmarks, you're right. I should probably fix that, shouldn't I? Let's see if I can do something. I don't know if I can actually, but let's see. I'm curious actually now. Now that you reminded me, I want to see if it's possible here. It seems to be possible with some plugins, but I'm not gonna do that now or bother. But I may look at that in the future just for fun. Maybe I should talk faster. But that would be very difficult. Unless I really think about what I'm trying to say and then say it fast. But you know, I usually think after I talk. So let's see here, Mockito. I want to. Yes, I know. Okay, when? Yes, when the macro runs service, schedule macro action any then do nothing when any I think this is right. No? Any, what's this? Macro annotation, this one? No. This is not the right one. Argument matchers. Why is it not working? What? That's strange. Schedule macro. Why is it not working? Wait, am I forgetting? One, two. Forgetting something. Okay, damn. Any longs here? It's actually a very common Chinese name, surname, I think. No joke intended, by the way. Let's see. Okay, do nothing when this happens, but I want to know when they try to run it. So verify that the macro runner service, comma times. No, that's not right. Yes, times Ivan 8. Yes, times 8. Schedule macro action any long. So hopefully this should be enough to verify that we are doing the scheduling we expect. Now, does this mean I'm happy with only checking that it has been called? No, I would like to actually verify that the characters or rather the macro actions are as expected, having a key pressing, having a key releasing, and so on. Let's try running. I still have coffee. How many long I've been streaming? 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 hours? 3.5? I don't know. But now it's empty. Okay, let's see here. Yes, Dutro. Okay. Dutro. I always thought it's wrong. Can I? Let me Google here. Does it return anything? No, it's not. Do nothing. Let's see here. Let's Google's Mockito. Do nothing, return void. Is there a way to make Mockito do nothing when a method ... Yeah, and I don't want this internal service to do anything. Yes, that's the same thing. If you already inject mock otherwise, mock other service, all the method calls in the will return empty list at default unless you explicitly tell Mockito to return something. Yeah, I'm not mocking the entire thing. I'm just spying, but I want to, you know, mock only specific things. When then return null. No, I don't want to. This is a really bad answer because it's not answering the question. Or it is maybe. Actually, no, it is an answer actually. Okay. Can I just do nothing afterwards? Let's try. Let's try here. I'm just gonna copy this one here. When dot this, then do not. Let's see here. What's wrong here? What's wrong here? I can show you what love's supposed to feel like. I have to find examples here somewhere. Examples. Mockito do nothing. Yes, but I don't want to mark the object. I want to mark a method. You know? This is default if I mark the entire object. Yes, then you have to mark pretty much everything. But I wanted to do normal behavior. I want to add a... I want to... prevent the method from doing anything. The one specific method in the object we don't mark. You know what I mean? Partial mocking. Here we go. Do call real method. Wait, what? What? Really? So we can do the opposite. I can mark the entire thing and then do this on everything except what that. No, that's stupid. It's the opposite of what I want. Crap. Okay, let's go back a little bit. Let's take a look a little bit at the code here. There has to be something clever we can do. Okay, here's the thing. This part I don't want to happen. So when we play recording and we get to this part, I want to do nothing. I don't want to do this. I want to make sure this doesn't happen, but at the same time, I want to check and count every time this has been triggered. And if I could also verify the data that has been sent into this. But first, let's focus on this thing. I don't want this to happen. Execute the service. Let's see. Execute the service. Where is that created here? Execute the service is created here at the play recording. Can I use this over and over without I suspect I can create this once. No. Let's find a different way here. Okay, let's change. Let's do a little. Okay, let's try a different way. Let's try Mockito. Change method behavior. Java. Maybe that can be used. And the method behavior I'm gonna do is just simply nothing. Nothing. Okay, here we go. Something we can possibly use. Okay. Then answer and do answer execute arbitrary code when the method is called. For example, you can set track of things. Yes. Can I? Okay, this one seems to be really good. Let's try that one. Let's try this. Mark. To answer invocation block to do this when this block. Let's try this one. This looks cleaner. Yeah, well, I don't know. It has more popularity, so let's try that one. Okay, let's comment this one out. We don't want to do anything, but we're gonna try it a little differently. We're gonna answer. This is the function called. What do I want to do? I want to check what we have here. I want to check. So let's create a new action list here. We can actually store this, the input we get from the method we're gonna override here. We're gonna store the scheduled macro action list. Yes. New array list. And in here, we are going to add it. Do I need to make it like special or something? A hash set, interesting. Whatever, let's try it, see what happens here. What's the error we're getting here? Oh yeah, what's this? What's this nonsense? Get argument 0, no. I want to get one second argument? I think it's the second argument I want. Yeah, second argument. And the second argument is a macro action. Right? Yeah, macro action. When the method, and the method is or this one dot scheduled any, and hopefully that should be it. So just to go over it once again, in our test we are mocking the actions of events. We're basically mocking the recording of the key presses, and the key press here is just typing Ivan with big capital letters and ending the recording. Nothing else. Nothing. No enters. No shift. Nothing special. Just simple. And then we want to make sure that when in this test, inside play recording, when we get to the point where we actually schedule the macro action, and scheduling is when we use the executor service to basically queue up the macro action runner, which is a runnable class. So we're basically gonna trigger. We're gonna post the event we have stored. We're gonna post it. We're gonna run it as is. So whatever we recorded, whatever it is, just run it. And that's a convenient way of using JNativeHook. But we don't want actually this to run in the test. We don't actually want to type things in the test. What we do want to do is confirm that it has been sent in, that what we recorded is being sent into the queue. And the way we do that is not by working with the executor service or the diff until macro action, but just to work with the macro action itself, and then we're gonna verify that the macro action that been sent in is equal to the one we expect, and this is what we expect here. So this will be equal to this, at least in the order. I'm not sure. No, it's gonna be the same. Yeah, it's gonna be the same because we're sending the same macro action in. So let's first check and see if this works. And if we finish it, I'm gonna finish the refactoring and testing today. And when we're done, I will probably end it today, and we'll see if I continue the same time tomorrow, which was 4 hours ago? No way, really? Almost 4 hours ago. 3.5 hours. I don't know. Okay, it's red. Jesus. I swear, it does not want to work with me. It sucks. Okay, let's just do object, just to test and see if this is the nonsense it requires. Okay, interesting. It's not a mock. Hold on. Oh my god, it's not a mock. Oh, I'm a dumb. It changes to a spy bean. Let's change it back to avoid. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Except go to the office. Misusing. What am I misusing here? Let me just copy and paste it and see what's when. These are 3 examples here. This we don't need because it already returns null. And we don't need that one either because we don't want to throw anything. This is not good at all. Oh my god. Oh. Any long. I don't think that's the only mistake, but let's just try at least running again and see what happens. Okay, this is a good error. It's a null pointer exception error. That's a good error to have. The question is, why is macro action null? So let us try it again. Let's see what happens. The mouse is just lagging right now. I don't know why it started doing that with IntelliJ. I recently got that problem with IntelliJ when I work with the macros and whatever. Then this happens, but it goes after. It disappears after a while. So I'm just gonna wait a little bit. You can see the mouse kind of all over the screen here. I take a drinking break. There we go. Now I can move it. Close this, and let's just go directly in here. Actually, let's just jump one step down. Let's lags again. Oh Jesus. Let's take a look and see what's in the macro action list here. This is what we expect, so this is correct. Now the big question is why get time of event in milliseconds returns null. Did I not set that? So let's do one more test here. Macro action list, get the first one. it has value. Let's get the second one, and so on and so on. It seems to have the same value though, which is there we go. No, what am I doing? This is this is the last one. So why would this ever cause a null pointer? That I have no idea. Okay, I figured out. Start time in millisecond is null, because that is set during start recording, which means we have to mock that one. Whoops. But I want to move that into a separate class. I feel like this kind of management should not be done here. But for now, let's just find a way to... this belongs... Yeah, this is definitely an object somewhere. This belongs with something else. Same with the... We'll see. I'm just gonna think a little bit how I'm gonna do this. Am I just gonna get this? I'm just gonna create a setter, aren't I? I mean, that's a simple way of doing it. Until the code naturally becomes improves, rather. Okay, let's go to the test here. Let's set it. I've taken a long break from Godot, basically because of you know, work, I guess. It's not because I want to. I mean, I want to work with Godot, and that's one of the reasons I am now doing 2-week projects. The first 2 weeks is going to be this. This is just basically inspired because I wanted to automate the Valheim skill grinding, because it takes forever and ever to grind skills there. Even if you play for hundreds of hours, you probably are just level 50 on the skills, maybe 60. And even if you hit 3 for hours, maybe even 8, 12 hours, maybe then you're level 100. But running, even longer, probably like 24 hours just running. So I got inspired to do this, you could say. But after the 2 weeks are over, I'm thinking either of doing a... well, we'll see. Possibly a good... I'm not gonna promise anything, but I have several projects I want to do, like small projects, like little things I have always been wanting to do, but I never take the time to do. This is one of them, just creating a macro application. And from this project, I will get the experience of creating an actual desktop application with a front end, back end, and the whole shebang, you know. While I've been working with back end and front end, I've not really done that before. So now we're using Electron to get an application. We're creating a real macro application. In the 2 weeks we have. And if we're not finished, we're not finished. Then we'll come back to it later, after a few other projects. And the idea is to be able to concentrate on one thing. Because one thing I noticed when I was working with Godot a lot is that I keep jumping. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere by doing that. So I'm thinking this is a good way of getting the ball rolling. Week 1, 2, this one. Week 3, 4, or possibly 4 or 5. If I take a week break, it depends how much it takes out of me to do this every day. Every day, same time. Now whether it's a half an hour or 5 hours, who knows? The point is just keep a schedule, you know. And once I get started, I like to keep going. So now I've been almost 4 hours and I don't mind it at all. Well, I took a break about 20 minutes. But even with that, but anyway, the project, yes, Godot. The Godot project I'm thinking about is working on the game I wanted to make, the real game I wanted to make. All my little projects, such as the top-down vehicle shooter, such as Castle Balloonebeard, such as the multiplayer test projects I made and so on. It's just small pieces of the game I want to make. I'm going to create I want to say a role-playing game, but it's not the role-playing game in the sense you're probably thinking of, like Skyrim or, you know, like that kind of role-playing with stories. I'm thinking more of role-playing people. Like you are a character, you can get a job, you can buy a house, you can build a house, you know, like That kind of thing. Imagine like a mix of perhaps what's the word? Like the fighting game, two top-down fighting game. What's the name of them? Let me take a look here. Imagine GTA 2 driving interaction combined with the fighting from what's the name of the game? I cannot recall the game. Let's see. I'm looking through my Steam playlist here. It's long, so it takes a while. What's the name of the game? I don't remember. It's like a fighting game, but two down. Like you can fight with a bat, you can throw weapons, you can pick up weapons, you know. It's basically combat oriented. Like I would like a similar mechanic in the way you can fight with other players or others, well, maybe NPCs if we do that. But mixed a little bit with almost the Sims. Like you can buy a house, you can buy a property, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Like you can build, you can place objects, you can set up a shop, whatever. But that's your area, only you can control it, you know. And you can probably add friends that you can also allow them to build there and so on their little land. But the idea is, when you start the game from fresh, there's not gonna be anything. You, the first player, is going to be the pretty much the mayor of the city that you're gonna build, and you start by getting the resources to build a kind of a settlement or a town hall or something like that. And once you get that far, you can start building the structured economy of the game, such as you know, setting taxes or whatever. Like you start small. You get other players to join in, you know. You as the mayor, designate like building areas for properties, building areas for industrial and so on. But this is like very, very heavy, and the idea is it's a very big idea, so we'll see. Anyhow, I'm gonna start with multiplayer. I'm gonna implement some multiplayer functionality. I'm thinking can be the first project for the next 2 weeks. But then again, I also have a different project I need to work on, which is application. So you know, it's not so interesting for game developers, I think. But I have a backlog of things I need to do, so we'll see. Sorry, I've been talking so long now. I'm not coding anything. I forgot what I was going to do here. Yes, time in milliseconds is null. Let's set that one. Start time. Wait, hold on. That would not work quite well, would it? I'm going to make a function of this. You know what? Let's change this. We don't need start time. This makes it more difficult. Let's just add a delay. Let's change this. Let's not store the difference in time. Let's store the delay directly in the macro action. That will make it easier to test this. And that's also one of the reasons to write tests, because then you write good code as a result of having to write tests, because you have to figure out how to write tests, which result in a good code, and good code results into making easier tests, and so on and so on. It's a good loop of happiness once you get past the aggravating learning process of writing tests, because it's definitely a heavy learning process of doing writing tests with code. But it's a really good skill to have, really good skill, because you write beautiful code. Or at least maintainable code, which I'd say is even more important almost. Actually, no. Well, they go both hand in hand. Okay, let's change this. We're gonna change this. We're gonna change the entire application. We are going to remove a lot of nonsense we no longer need. Before I do that, let's get a new branch, session 3. So basically, this is a branch based on session 2 and so on. It's just a way to organize what we're doing and see how we progress, I guess. It's not a good way of doing it, but I'm gonna commit a little unfinished project. pre-heavy refactoring. Okay, so now at least we have a save point. Let's delete this. Bye-bye. Delete. 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 And delete. We're also going to delete this one, and we are going to ask for a delay. And this is what we're going to use to queue them up. Or rather, the data we're going to add into the queue. Now that we have known more about how we can use the executor. Action event no longer exists, so we're going to delete that. Delete this. But I do want to keep get key name so we can easily... Actually, let's see what's used. It's only used for logging, so we don't really need that either. But let's just keep it for a little while. Get key code. There we go. So now we should get a readable character. To string, let's do the same. Actually, let's just get the key name from here directly. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. We have lots of problems because we need to fix things. This is gonna be our new delay. Actually, let's change a little bit. Delay in MS. Yes, that's fine. Let's do that. So a lot of things gonna break now. A lot of things gonna break. Because now when you record something, we probably need to add more information here. We need the difference between the start time. So we have to find out where to do this, and that's really the key here. So this is the listener. Okay. You add the native key event to a pressed raw code list. This is just to prevent us from pressing the same key more than once. And this is the actual act of recording, the saving. So this is where we have to update something. So now I'm just curious to know how I'm going to get the time difference, because I will need the time start. I will need to know when this exists. Does that mean that I should just create this every time I add this? Meaning this one, because this one needs to be sent in here. Like, we need to have control. So I should probably just do this one. Ideas are plentiful. Will and energy to do them is, you know, far and less between. But I agree. I hope to. I have to do this. I want to do this. And doing live streams is less taxing than recording and editing and publishing videos. Believe it or not. It takes about the same time as it takes for me to live stream 4 hours, and to me a record. Well, this is probably less time, but you know. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm definitely gonna continue, but I'm gonna do more of this, so I can keep going, you know. So I do something, so I have, you know, so a goal. And who knows where we'll be in the future. One thing I noticed is that I may create videos from the live streams. So what I learned in the live stream, maybe I'll create a video of that alone. Maybe I'll create a video showing how to use JNativeHook. I mean, that's an idea. And when I go with Godot, I expect the same there. I'll suspect I will get ideas and inspiration of what to make videos about. Loading, mind, yes, constructor. Start time in MS. That's what we need. Private final start time in MS, which reminds me we don't need this. Should probably add a long here. Let's add a required RX constructor because we require this. This is required. When you press a key, we're gonna add nothing there. We're gonna put it. here. That's gonna be system current time millisecond minus this one. Current time, which is greater, minus the time I start. Yeah, this is the one. But let's not put it there. Let's just make a new long delay milliseconds equal this. And that should hopefully do it. I think. Yeah, this is the only one to record. Wait. Yeah, this is the one. This is the only record. Pressed, released, same thing. We record it. We just add the current time and get the difference and save it different directly in the macro actions. We don't have to care about the time. Just tell me how long we're gonna wait. That's a good thing. Okay, so that is solved. Hopefully, crossing fingers. Yes. So every time we start recording, we start a new timer and we create a new listener because we start all over again. Now this may change if we want to keep recording on top of the previous recording, but I don't think that's going to be a case, at least not yet. And if it ever comes, then I will worry about that. Let's focus on core functionality here. Core functionality. Okay. So we don't need to do this anymore. So now we can do this. This. Remove. And that should be it. Actually, I don't even need this here anymore. We don't need this because it's already in here. There we go. See, it's getting cleaner and cleaner the more we code, and well, minus a few problems here and there, but that's to be expected. So we don't need the long anymore. Yes, okay. There's a red line there. Yeah, we need time for this now. Do we? What's this one? Let's remove this one. Yeah. What happens if you try to stop before it starts? What happens if you try to remove a null? Is that what happens? Nothing. Okay, nothing happens. Good, because there's a null check there. So basically, if it's null, nothing happens. So that's good. Play recording. Yeah. Yes. Veldig bra. Very good. Let's do a quick look throughout the application here. Just make sure everything looks okay. This one is now simpler. Yeah, just storing. This is just a wrapper now, basically, with a little more information. Yeah, it's a wrapper. This is a wrapper. That's another idea for a video. We'll go through different types of Java things, like a builder. We have whatever. Let's see. Macro action. What was that? I saw something in the corner of my eye. My mirror in the window. That's what it is. Yeah. It looks good. Aha! Here we got something. What's this? Logging. Yeah. No. Get native key event. No, wait. Yes. But I want the I need a readable description of like the key press, the key release, whatever. Ask it. Let's remove this for now. We know it works. It was just for testing anyway, so who cares? I did that. I fixed that. Let's make sure there's no other to-dos here. Class path? Oh. This had been there forever in Maven. Why is it still here? I don't know. Maybe I can contribute to the Maven repository removing that question mark. Well, we probably do want that actually, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, our to-dos are clean. Let's try to build a project and see if it works. Let's try to hit play. I want to see what happens now, because I suspect some tests have now broken down into pieces. Yes, we have. Here we go. So now building a macro action is bad. Because we need a diff now. So let's find a way to do that. Let's see how they are used first, because that will help us a little bit more. Oh my god. Remember the times when we had to do this, write tests for writing characters? I sure do. That was, you know, a few hours ago. But yeah, how do we do that? Yes, I do. I know. Native key event. BK. No. Rest. There we go. We're gonna use this instead of the action event, basically. Yeah. It's gonna be release. Released. It's good. I'm gonna fix the method itself, but let's just start up down and fix things as we go. Pressed. Wait, no. Released. Pressed. And pressed. Actually, why am I using this? I should just use the right one. That's good. Let's fix this first. Fix this first. Release. Released. Released. And that's that. Let's now go in here. Make sure it takes in a native key event. That's it? No, really? No. No, I don't believe that. Yeah, no. This is a integer? Yeah, integer. Int. Native key. What's it called anyway? It's called the native key event, I guess. That's it. I don't know. So we build. It's code. If native key event is equal to pressed, or rather, if this equals this, yes. It won't allow me to use equal with this because it's an integer. There we go. Released though. Should change it to released. There we go. Now you're just gonna fix the code so it's green, so I can refactor it and go from there. Oh boy. Okay, now we're trying to check. Not for this. Filter on macro action. Macro action dot get native key event. What the hell? There we go. Is the key code the one I'm looking for? No, the ID. Get ID. That's the one. It's equal to pressed, which is this one, right? I think I remember that being this. I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna double check. Can I? I'm pretty sure, but let's just let's try and see. I'm confident that this is the solution, but I'm not 100% sure. Released, yes. This should work now. This should work. Well, maybe. No, not yet. Building native key event. How did I do that? Okay, so let's send in the native key event pressed here. And this is gonna be int native key event code. Well, I guess it should be ID. Yeah, it's definitely ID. This is the native ID. Unless I remember it wrong, and that's the risk here. The event is right, yeah. Good. It's not. What? Why is this wrong? It's because of macro action? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the key event. So I also need a delay. Delay. What's the delay gonna be? I have no idea. So we have to add that in your tests now. If we do that, for now, let's just do it simply. Minus. Let's just do it. Let's put it. No, that's not right. Oh, very good. Let's add 0.1. Long delay. 0.1. I guess it doesn't matter because we're not actually testing the. Oh. Oh, it's long. Oh my god. Let's add one. It's a millisecond. Delay in ms per second. Yeah, that's what's wrong. One millisecond. Okay. And now we need the same here, but with release. I'm gonna copy this, paste in here, and change this to released. Oh jeez, what? Whoa, what did I do? I moved everything around here. That's nice. Let's just make the same here. Actually, let's just put this here, so we can actually set this if you want to override it for whatever reason. Let's just remove that. Let's just say delay in milliseconds. There we go. Okie dokie. Hopefully, I think maybe, hopefully it's gonna work. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, this is the when typing. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go here. Let's see. What else do you have to do here? What else have we forgotten? At least this one. This should be pressed 3 times. Son. 5 milliseconds. It's just a start time. It's a formality at this point. We don't need anything specific here, but I need to fix this one as well. So I'm gonna copy those, change it to be I, simply I, nothing else. Here we go. What else is wrong here? This one. Time milliseconds. Now we are mocking this behavior, I believe, so we don't actually use it. Right? What? Yes, okay. Yeah, that's what's happening. We simulate key event. But it's, yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, good. Okay. This is the test itself. This is the verification, this part. That's why my little... That's good, let's just leave it at that. Let's see, what happens if I run the test now? What's gonna blow up here? Okay, something did, something did not. What's this? That's 4? No, it should be 1. Hopefully that's what's wrong here. But this should be 4 though, so let's see. Expecting unknown key code 0x. That's not good. That's not good at all. Contains exactly this one. What? What? So this... Yeah, this is the part that's not wrong. What? Yeah, this is the wrong. Okay, so this is the part where I messed up something. So let's see here. Native key event, I suspect. Yeah, this is where I'm building something wrong here. So the ID is not correct, is it? Yeah, no, it's not correct at all. The ID... it's not correct? Really? Key event? Yeah, I'm just messing something here. Key event. The key event. Yeah, it's opposite. This is the key event. It says it right there. It's native key event ID. Why? What? It's not okay. This should be here. This should be here. Is that everything? No. Is it? Could that be it? Maybe? Maybe? Let's try. This is the thing about naming, especially when you work with something that has very many similar expressions. Key event, key code, raw key code, and so on, so on, so on. It goes like it's not a mess. It's a mess. Very good. Expected one was 0. Okay, so something is wrong here. Okay, it's a different error now, so I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. Let's see, shall we? See here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. See what they actually get here. Let me run the tests and see what happens. Yes. Okay. Okay. Native key code is now 2401. This is correct. This is code. I mean, this is correct. So the question is native key event, native key event code, native key event. This is the object. This is just a check to see whether or not it's the where to send it in, if it should do pressed or released. It's the same object going in. So let's look at the object, because the object is the key here. The ID. The raw code is wrong. The raw code, it should be opposite. The ID should be the raw code and the raw code should be the ID here. So now we are seeing something. Yes, I knew it was messing up there somewhere. So build native key event. Here's the mistake somewhere. Key event. The native key ID is the first one. Then the key event is the third one. So there we go. And these situations, these problems are very common. Like, I'm not saying that to make myself feel better. I'm just saying that this is a good example of typical programmer errors that you encounter in your daily life as a developer. Let's see here. Expecting this to contain... Yeah, okay, we're still not quite there. Well, let's see here. Let's see, we're not quite in the goal yet. Let me... Let's run the test one more time here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's check it, what we have here, the key event. Yeah, the raw code is correct. The ID, I believe, is also correct. Everything else looks fine. So let's see, what's wrong here now? Let's go into this function and see here. If it's not already pressed, we're gonna add it to our list. Yes. Let's check what's in our list here, just to make sure it's actually... yeah, we're getting... Yeah, it's 73. 73 is the raw code for I believe. So this is correct. Now, is the record macro action what's wrong here now? I mean, that's possible because we didn't make changes there after all. Let's move the breakpoint here. Let's see here. Delay in milliseconds is 63 seconds because I'm breakpointing. Let's see here. The native key event we set as inside macro action directly. Okay, it seems fine. I don't see a reason for it to fail. Wait, what is this? Macro action. What did I just save here? Key code. Get raw code. Oh. No, but that shouldn't cause an error because we're not... Are we using this to verify? No. We are. That's why. That's why the mistake. See what I mean about the naming? This native key event. It has very many... I'm not blaming anyone, by the way, or anything, or any class, or whatever. I'm just saying, because this is a difficult problem. Like, this is the problem you have as a developer. Because you can never... do it good enough, you know what I mean, with naming. You know, we try our best, of course, but like raw code, key car, like code, key. Here's what's different. Only thing difference here is the car here, and raw. Everything else, like this is common. Like it's difficult to differentiate. And key location. What does that mean? Key location. I don't know. But the raw code is what you want. Let's run everything and see if it works, and if it does, hooray. If it doesn't, ugh. Good, it works! Excellent, so now we removed unnecessary code. We made it smaller and shrinking the entire code. Make it more optimized. Let's see here. Let's do a real life test to make sure it still works. And then I will take a look and see if there's anything more we can refactor before we end the stream today here. We have been going for quite a while now. Let's see. Host, stop, play, got the left side. Let's hit the start button. Actually, wait. Okay, start button, go here, walk, sprint, stop sprinting, sprint, stop sprinting, sprint, stop, and wait, sprint with both running and walking, and stop. Now we're gonna stop the recording, and now we're gonna play the recording. Running, sprinting, stop. Okay, something's wrong. Yeah, I see what's wrong here. They're running everything at the same time now. This is a good thing we tested here. Because I realize now, the delay we're setting in a for loop, they don't execute the delay from the last... No, it should work. Yeah, it should work. Hold on. It's not the delay between each action, it's the delay from start. So this should work, but it's not currently working. So we have to find out why it doesn't work. Let's see. Okay, it's doing the actions of stopping and running and stopping and running, but I waited longer, I believe. Let's test it out. I mean, maybe I'm imagining. Maybe I actually did it that fast. So let's try a new record. Okay, forward, walking, sprinting. I hold the sprint really well and see. Stopping halfway. I'm gonna wait all the way. Okay, run. And stop. And stop recording, and let's see what happens here. Hit play. Maybe it did work, but maybe I imagined. Have a nice day, Fizzmox. Thank you for joining. Did it work? I missed it. It looked like it worked. I think it worked, yeah. Never mind. Maybe I just sprint stopping too fast. I didn't actually realize it. Let's hit play one more time. Yeah, good. Stop. Wait for it. Go. Yes, it works. I just imagined it. Whew, that's good. I was worried that we coded something wrong. That couldn't possibly happen though. I knew it was wrong. I mean, the wrongness was wrong by itself here. Let's see. I cannot move my mouse. It's in the game. There it is. Okay, let's get the application up once more. Let's see, what else can we fix here? I should probably, in hindsight, fix this now. This no longer will this be an error. We're not using it though. I wish we could remove this, but is it going to complain if I remove this? Let's try to play and see. Okay, it seems fine. Okay, we don't need that. Good. Let's remove that one. Hide it from sight. We don't care about it. We don't know about it. Well, we don't want to see it. We want nothing to do with it. Let's see here. It seems fine, and now we have tests in place that should at least cover us a little bit. But did I actually finish the testing? I don't think I did with the integration test. Oh, I did. Good, I did. But what I did not verify is the presses themselves. Unless I did, but I didn't actually use it. I did not use it. Excellent. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the last thing we're gonna do today. We're gonna test that the keys pressed are the same as the keys we got in here. So how are we gonna do this? Let's just do a macro action list. Contains all of the actually, hold on. Let's do a assert that rather. Assert that the macro no, not that one. Scheduled macro action list contains exactly, maybe, macro action list. Maybe not. Okay, let's see. How would that be? Contains all, maybe. Maybe that's what I want. Macro action list. Hopefully that's it. Let's see. So if we break this in the future, at least we'll have tests that will tell us that we broke something. Yes, excellent. And yeah, that's fine. It works. We verified now that the scheduled micro action is running exactly 8 times, which is expected when you write IVAN, because you press down, press up, that's 2. You press down, you press up, 2, press down, up, 2 more, and 2 more, which is total of 8. So 8 triggers of this function is done here. But since we don't actually want to run the code in this function, we have mocked it by using a do answer And then the invocation we overrode it with is that we simply add the input argument of our action, macro action, into our own list in the testing. And we use that list we received from the mock method which we just made to prevent the default action from occurring. We use that to assert that the same macro action that came in the methods is the same that we sent in, you know? And that's a way to kind of hack it or test functionality without, you know, doing too much. I think that's it for today. Yeah, that's it. Good. Excellent. Let's commit this to our finished adding support for recording. Start and stop recording and playback via API. Keyboard only right now. Okay, let's push that up. And this repo is public. You're more than welcome to take a look if you want. If you want to peruse in the code or whatever. Origin session 3. You can find that if you just search for GitHub Ivan Skodje and then the Automate Me repository. Right there. To put that in URL and think about it, but we'll see about that later. I think that's it. What else? Let's take a look at the tasks now before we finish. Full screen this. Yeah, so next time we're gonna create keyboard shortcuts for start, stop, and play, and this is gonna be pretty fast. That's why the story point estimation is pretty low compared to the this one, so which is 20. And we'll probably finish that in one session, so we may then look at adding the functionality to record the mouse events by itself. And since we're creating an API for this, I may want to alter the API to allow the frontend to decide that I want to record on the mouse, only keyboard, and so on. So we may add parameters to our Spring Boot API. What else? And we want to add both keyboard and mouse at the same time. And since we now have implemented the base functionality, which we estimate to be 20, which is higher than 7 and higher than 4, and 4 is lower than 7, and so on and so on. We did 7 in about 1.5 hours, I believe. So this will probably take an hour, hour and a half. I mean, you know, maybe the ish same time. So this, I'm gonna change this estimation. I think it may take about the same time as adding the keyboard shortcut, so maybe 4 or 5, maybe a little longer because we may have to test that. And there may be issues when I think about it with the mouse movement in a game, for example, because the game, to my knowledge, has a tendency to lock the mouse in place. I'm a bit unsure how it's gonna handle that, so that's add a level, insert this. I'm gonna estimate 10 actually. Not as big as 20 as creating it from the first time, but I think this and it's gonna be 10. And then at last, adding both the keyboard and mouse at the same time, probably a little less, so probably under, you know, 8 or something. And that's what I think we're gonna do tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna get much beyond that. And hopefully on Monday or even Tuesday, we'll do the saving and loading part of the application, so we can actually rerun previous macros. That means we will have to probably change or give every macro a name every time we run it, or some ID or something. We might end up with doing an ID. So we'll see about that. Now, how long this is going to take, I think it's going to take a bit. I think this may, I mean, in concept, it's pretty simple of saving and loading. Like, you just want to save the data and load the data into the code. Like, that's in itself, it should not be too bad, especially with REST API and so on. But there is a a bit level of uncertainty about this, because I'm not entirely certain what we need and so on, like what we're gonna store, especially with in regards to the native key event, because there are many functions. So maybe we'll end up with some sort of JSON file or something. I don't know. So there's uncertainty. I'd say about 20 probably about the same time as, maybe a little less. Let's say 18. So now we are done with the refactoring and testing. We added that, so we're done with that one. Add this on top. Actually, no. Yeah, top. Pushing it down. And we'll see what we get next time tomorrow. So I'm gonna finish it now. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate every one of you. Canal the Games. Ivan, thanks for the Godot video. They were the first video that I've seen on Godot years ago. I'm happy to hear that, and you're welcome. I hope I can keep making videos in the future, and I probably will at some point, but I need to, you know, focus a little bit, you know. Now it's Java for 2 weeks, and then the next 2 weeks we'll see. Hopefully some multiplayer project, or possibly a different application I've been thinking about for 2 weeks, but we'll see. Like, I really have to feel my way how this is gonna go. So thank you all once again for joining, and see you next time. Where's the switch?